Is it? Seriously? Give at least Saturday and Sunday for political science. Okay, every time I am stressing this, at least Saturday and Sunday. Okay, because I take something, you go, you read, next day probably we can have some 15 minutes of discussion in the start. Becomes useful for all of us, basically. Okay, so I know prelims is very important. At the same time, hope all of you clear prelims the first attempt itself. So then this becomes much more important. Political science. Okay. So I think let's start now. Live would have started, right? Welcome back. Welcome to Political Science and International Relations. So we will start from where we left in the last class. Right, 1 minute. Right. Online students, I'll get the mobile very soon. I'll give you the mobile number. So let's start now. Right. So today we are going to deal with Buddhism. So let me sum up what we read in the last class so that we can have a small continuity. So Indian political thought in general in our syllabus being divided into two categories basically. First one is basically a Hindu political thought, where again it has been divided into Dharma Shastra and Artha Shastra. But the total idea inside the Hindu political thought, otherwise the Dharma Shastra and Artha Shastra, is the belief in Vedas and Varnashrama Dharma. Okay, very very important for you to understand this. Why it is very very important to understand this is, now we are going to enter into another territory, Buddha, who never believed in this Varnashrama Dharma. Right. So we are going to enter a completely different territory. So we have to understand how the society existed at that point of time. Okay. First of all, we have to understand how the society existed at that point of time. As I already told you, there are many Vedas, 4 Vedas that we have. Okay. What are they? Rig Veda. Help me out. Rig Veda, Yajur Veda, Sama Veda and Atharva Veda. Right. Supposedly, these Vedas considered to be a divine revelation, but also we get to understand how the society existed at that point of time. Okay, that is also true. So this Rig Veda throws a lot of light into the society that existed in ancient times. We do not know exact the time period, but at the same time we also understand that other philosophies also existed alongside this Varnashrama Dharma. Okay. One such example is the mention of Rishabhnath or Adinath. Okay. In Rig Veda. Yes, please. Oh, you cannot see that, is it? How was it? Oh, you cannot see anything. Sorry, pa. Right. So you can't see anything actually. Wait a minute. Let them come. Sir, it's not visible there. Okay. So notepad. Open the notepad. Okay. So now everything will be visible, is it? Okay. Thank you. Okay. Right. Want to be a little bit louder? Okay. Hello? Is it okay? Is it? Innu konjam. Don't worry. In the middle of it, I will shout, as you know. I start always very slowly, so don't worry. Is it okay? Right. Thank you. Okay. So the mention of Rishabhnath or Adinath in Rig Veda. So what it signifies is that different ideas and ideologies, different dharmas, different ways of life did exist. So you know, this Rishabhnath Adinath belongs to the Jain tradition. Okay, Jain tradition. Okay. Historians, especially British historians, when they classified, they said Rishabhnath and the first 22 Tirthankaras belong to Shramana tradition, basically. Shramana tradition, and the concept of Jain tradition comes only after the 24th Tirthankara, Mahavir, right? So that's a belief, but this is being rejected by the Jains themselves. Okay. According to Jainism, the Jains, they say their tradition is as old as Varnashrama Dharma or Rig Veda. So they had a similar origin at the same time when the Vedas came into existence. So considering first 23 Tirthankaras as a separate tradition and Jainism starting from Mahavir, it is wrong. But whatever it is, we can understand that different philosophies did exist. But unfortunately, we do not have Jain political theory in our system, like in our syllabus. So we are not worried about Jain political theory as of now. Right. Simultaneously, what we understand is, even though there was a Shramana tradition was there, slowly and steadily, the Indian society became Hinduized. Okay, Hinduized, as they say. Okay, so the Vedic ideas of Varnashrama Dharma, the organization of society based on 4 Varnas, and the subsequent caste, everything became crystallized. Okay, many reformers came in India, ancient India. Many reformers came in ancient India. Many of them had different viewpoints. Many of them completely different viewpoints. You have to understand even the Vedanta system that has come. Advaita Vedanta, Dvaita Vedanta, Vishishta Advaita Vedanta. Even though we consider that as very part of Hindu system, if you read it very clearly, all these Vedantas are actually against the Varnashrama Dharma to a greater extent, Even all the Upanishads, if you read all the Upanishads do not generally consider caste or caste oppression as an integral part of Hinduism. That is the reason all these people who have developed the Vedantas, Advaita Vedanta or Vishishta Advaita, all the Vedantas, Adi Shankara, other people, Vedanta Sutra is written by Badrayana, right? From the Badrayana, the Vedanta Sutra came, and the critical account of this Vedanta Sutra is written by Adi Shankara, where he propounds something called as Advaita Vedanta, and other Vedanta comes. All these people are considered as reformers, but reformers inside the Hindu fold. Okay, why we consider these people as reformers inside the Hindu fold is because all of them accepted Vedas. Okay, all of them accepted Vedas, the reformers which I have said now, Adi Shankara or other people who came after them, all of them accepted Vedas, all even yoga philosophy, Samkhya philosophy is developed by many thinkers, Kabila and others. Everything they accepted Vedas, but they were different in the interpretation, and they were against the Varna system and the caste oppression to a larger extent. Okay, but there were few reformers who came in the same ancient period who did not accept the authority of Vedas altogether. You understand? So there were many reformers who came who wanted to change the Varnashrama Dharma, the way by which the caste oppression of the Varna system has been there. Okay, but their meaning of Varnashrama Dharma is different. They do not consider Varnashrama Dharma as a crystallized based on ascribed birth. Should not be based on birth. It is only based on their qualities. Mobility should be easily allowed. That is how they interpret Veda. These reformers who came inside the Hindu fold. But there are certain reformers who thought the total system itself is oppressive. Okay, let us not go deeper into it, whether to say whether the system intended something else, Rig Veda intended something else and something came out, something against that happened in the society, but certain people said forget everything is completely oppressive. So they propounded their own theories or dharmas. Okay, way of life. They already defined the dharma as a duty or a kind of a way of life. So they started to propound their own dharma, their own way of life that is completely away from this Vedic concept of Varnashrama Dharma, Sanatana Varnashrama Dharma. You understood? So these people also existed, and one example is Rishabhnath and the Jain tradition. Another great example is Buddhism propounded by Lord Buddha. Okay, that is how we have to understand. So Buddha was a reformer. Buddha was a reformer. He did not intend to create a new religion. He did not intend to create a new religion, or he did not intend to become himself as a god. Nothing was his intention. His intention was to reform the society which he was very much part of. Okay. He understood there are a lot of oppression in the society in the base of Varnashrama Dharma, and he wanted to completely change it to his own philosophies and ideas, which finally has been chronicled as what we call as Buddhism. Okay. So that was not his actual intention to create a new religion as such. So again, considering Buddhism, Jainism as separate religion, again we misunderstand how the ancient people lived at that point of time. Okay, the ancient people lived based on certain duties. What is your duty? What you have to do? The basic question that all religions like to answer is, what is your life after death? You have to understand. Forget Hinduism, Buddhism, or even take the contemporary religions, Christianity. Everyone worry about what will happen after death. So where is God? So what happens? Why people want to worship a God? At the end of the day, they want to worship a God because of the fear. Okay, we fear what will happen if it is not there. So everyone had their own philosophy saying, okay, this is what it is, this is the nature of the God, so this is the nature of the society, this is the nature of how everything works. So at that point of time, every dharma had its own metaphysics. Every dharma. Jainism had its own separate metaphysics. So is Buddhism, so is Hinduism. Inside Hinduism, different forms of metaphysics. Metaphysics is nothing but the ancient form of science. To simple understanding, it's the ancient form of science. Okay. So everyone had their own metaphysics. What is matter? Was different in Jainism, what is matter is different in Hinduism, what is matter is different in Buddhism. Okay, how atom and what are the internal part of atoms. Okay, Jainism gives different ways of internal structure of an atom. Buddhism again gives another way of understanding of what is an atom, what is a matter, what is soul. Okay, so everyone wanted to answer this question. What is matter, that is the material that we are seeing, and what is the soul, the so-called soul. Okay. So everyone had their own ideas and philosophies. That is how different philosophies came, and one such is Buddhism. Okay, so understand this in this way becomes easier. Okay, so it is not a separate religion as such, but it is a completely separate system of understanding this world, how the world functions, what is this world comprised of. Okay, what is matter, what is soul, what is required from you, and what will happen death, life, what is life after death. We wanted to answer some basic questions. Okay, right. Even though all these things are not essential part of our syllabus, but I cannot directly take what is Buddhism, what is Buddhist political thought, without giving an introduction of Buddhism. Because again, it will be a misnomer, you will not understand it. Okay, right. So now let's go into Buddhism. Right. What is Buddhism? So it considered as I already told you, now it is one of the biggest religion. Okay, even though that was not how it was intended. So Siddhartha Gautama searched for wisdom in many ways. The teachings of Buddhism deal with finding peace. Okay, right. So around 566 BC, Siddhartha Gautama was born into a warrior and a Kshatriya caste. He was a prince who was kept isolated inside a beautiful palace and not allowed to see the real world. One day, he left the walls of his palace and saw the pain and the misery of life. He decided from then on that he needed to find a way of living that will allow people to find peace in life. He spent many years trying different ways of life, following different philosophies. Finally, he came up with his own way, which is now called as Buddhism. Okay. So, he came out to understand what is life, how to bring peace, all the suffering that he has saw. Right. Gautama became known as Buddha, the enlightened one. He developed the 4 noble truths and the 8-fold path. These are the rules to live by, what help people live morally and find the middle path without too much pain or too much pleasure. Right. So, to understand it very, very clearly, as it is said here, around this time, the time period of Buddha changes with the historian to historian. Okay. Many historians, even now, they cannot come into conclusion that what is the exact time period of Buddha. But what we understand in all the Buddhist chronicles is that already we had 2 established traditions. Okay. One tradition is the Varnashrama Dharma tradition, another tradition is the Shramana tradition. Right. The Varnashrama Dharma tradition, according to many scholars at that point of time, probably they thought it is so simplistic. Okay. So simplistic. In other words, you can do whatever you want. Atta, Dharma, Kama and Moksha. Right. So, Kama, sensual pleasures come. So, whatever sensual pleasure you want to enjoy, you can enjoy. So, that is how it is being interpreted, at least, even though it is not intended in Hindu Dharma. So, one side they thought there was too much pleasure associated with Hinduism. Okay. And one side there was a Shramana tradition, which almost is ascetic tradition. Very strict procedures was there in the Jain tradition, the Shramana tradition. It is not that easy to be a Jain at that point of time. Okay, he have to renounce almost everything to be a Jain at that point of time. So one side it was too much of things, too much of rules and regulations. Other side, 0 rules, 0 regulations. So Buddha believed in something called as a middle path. Okay. So, before going into this exact teaching of Buddha, how Buddhism is essentially, already we have discussed when I took Marxism, okay, but again a small discussion. How Buddhism essentially is different from all the other writings or thinkings at that point of time was in the belief in Buddhist dialectics. Dialectics. Okay. What is this dialectics? Change. Simple terminology here that we use is change. Okay. So, Buddha believed that everything or anything that comes into existence will definitely change. Anything and everything that comes into existence will definitely change. Okay, definitely change. And change is the only thing which never changes. Correct. How it is different from the Hindu or the Varnashrama Dharma belief system is, in Varnashrama Dharma belief system, there is one thing that will never change. What is that? Varnashrama Dharma belief system, that is the Hindu Sanatana Dharma, the so-called Sanatana Dharma belief system, one thing that will never change, that is eternal. What is that? That is called as Brahman. Okay, that is called as Brahman. Okay, otherwise called as God. Simple terminology. Many different philosophies give you different ways. Something is called as Atman. Okay, so simple is Brahman. Brahman is nothing but God. A typical Vedantic discourses, Advaita Vedanta believes everything is a manifestation of Brahman, this God. Okay, so according to the orthodox Hindu tradition, everything changes except Brahman, which is unchangeable. The God is unchangeable. Okay, Buddha refuted it. Buddha refuted it. Okay, Buddha said anything that comes into existence will definitely change. Anything. So, while answering the question of God, Buddha does not wander into the very discussion very plainly and say God exists or God does not exist. He kept it open and said, even that God exists, He will also undergo change. There will not be something that is permanent. Nothing in this world is permanent. Nothing in this world is permanent. This is where Buddhism philosophically was different from the Varnashrama Dharma. So, the very idea of God, Brahman, there helping you out, saving your lives was rejected by Buddha. Okay. Someone that is omnipotent, something that is completely omnipotent, changing your life was rejected by Buddha. Okay. So, belief in some omnipotent superpower so that it will change your life. So, you worship something. So, you worship a god or someone, whoever the god is, Shiva, Vishnu, or whoever the god is, believing in some kind of an omnipotent super god, and he is unchangeable, cannot change, he will help you for eternally. Nothing is possible, because everything will come that comes into existence will definitely change in the Buddhist thought. So, with this idea, Buddha Rao comes and says, then what is the solution for the problem that is there? So, worshipping God cannot be a problem, cannot be a solution. Belief in a Brahman, the omnipotent, the most powerful, that will change, that will help you, is not going to help. In Bhagavad Gita, it has said, in Bhagavad Gita, and after Krishna giving all the theories, Bhagavad Gita, Krishna would say, okay, finally if you want to achieve something in life, worship me. Worship me, I will give you whatever you want, I will give you. But apart from that, you have to also follow the 4 yogas. 3 yogas is generally mentioned in Bhagavad Gita, the 4th yoga is generally absent. What are the 3 yogas generally mentioned in Bhagavad Gita? The first 3 yogas. What are the first 3 yogas? Karma yoga, Jnana yoga, and you have to help me out in this. Hatha yoga is absent there. Okay. So generally speaks about only 3 yogas: Karma yoga, Jnana yoga, and Bhakti yoga. Okay. So that is how Bhagavad Gita, I mean the Hindu tradition believes. So the omnipotent is there, the God is there. As Bhagavad Gita and Bhagavad Gita Krishna says, the God is there. So you have to follow all these yogas, you will achieve good in your life. Otherwise, you worship me, I will give you whatever you want. But this concept is absent in Buddhism. Technically, Buddha did not believe in something called as a Brahman, omnipotent God. If you worship that God, he will help you. Nothing of that sort. Understood? So, he thought there are a lot of problems. He came out of the society, came out of the Kshatriya, so-called royal clan. He came out of that. He saw so much of sufferings and misery outside. He wandered everywhere, wanted to find the truth, why the people are suffering, what is the solution, and finally came with the 4 noble truths. Okay. So the very idea behind the 4 noble truths is rejection of the Brahman and the God, the omnipotent to save you. That is the very idea of bringing the 4 noble truths. You have to understand that. But unfortunately, now people convert to Buddhism and say they worship Buddha, then everything comes. Okay. There is a paradox. Okay. Buddha himself never said that. Okay. Right. That is how human beings will always behave. Ambedkar said, don't create Mahatma. Now we are creating Ambedkar himself as a Mahatma. Okay. Right. Buddha's 4 noble truths. What are the 4 noble truths of Buddha? Simple to understand, not at all tough. Very, very easy to understand. Dukkha, the truth of suffering. What is the truth of cause of suffering? What is the truth of end of suffering? And what is the path that leads to the end of suffering? That's it. In other words, he came out, he saw the lot of suffering, that is pain that is there in the society. So he wanted to end suffering by a methodology. The methodology is simple 8-fold path, with Buddha prescribed. So he gave first initially 4 noble truths. One is the truth of suffering, then the cause of suffering, then the end of suffering, and the path leading to the end of suffering. That's it. So Buddha taught that everything is suffering. It refers not only to the actual pain and sorrow experienced by an individual, but also to the potential experience these things. Right? So he understood there is also a cause of suffering. Why? What is the very cause of suffering? Desire. Okay. Tanha, generally called as tanha. There are different kinds of desires that was painted by Buddha. Neutral desires, okay, which according to Buddha is not going to harm anyone. But there are certain cravings which is extremely harmful cravings. Okay. Certain cravings are positive cravings also. Right. So Buddha has classified these different kinds of desires. So suffering is the part of living. There is a reason being it is desire is the main cause of all suffering. And he says, what is the third verbal truth? This suffering can definitely be ended. So the concept of moksha in the Buddhist thought is called as nirvana and nibbana. Okay, as I already told you, all ancient dharmas wanted to answer this simple question: life after death. Why at the end of the day you wanted to follow a guru? Why end of the day? Because everyone is happy that okay, today I am living with this body. What if after I die? 100% in every one of them this question will be there. Correct? Some people will be phobic enough. Okay, they will be worried about dying. All of us, literally. Correct? We worried about dying. Okay, what will happen after death? Okay, so every philosophy wanted to answer this question. So that is where the very concept of moksha comes into being in Hindu thought. The similar concept of nirvana, nibbana comes into being in the Buddhist thought. Okay, so the truth of path leading to end the suffering is the path that leads to the end of suffering. What is that? That is Ashtanga Marga, that is eightfold path. Ashtanga Marga. Okay. So, why we call Buddhism as a pessimistic religion is, 1 minute. Why we call Buddhism as a pessimistic religion is, for Buddha, even birth is suffering. Even being born is suffering. Okay. Why you undergo so much of suffering in life? Because you are born. Okay. So, you are going to die tomorrow, and again you are going to get birth in the second birth, the third birth, or the fourth birth. Reborn is definitely happen, rebirth. Okay. So Buddha believed this cycle of birth and rebirth, it is one of the major reasons for suffering. So you have to cut it. Not just Buddha, all ancient philosophies believed in this concept of rebirth. So the very idea of moksha, very idea of nibbana, nirvana is how you are going to reach the stage where you are not going to born again. Okay, you are not going to born again. You are not going to take birth again. That is the very idea of all these philosophies, all common to all philosophies, whether the Jain philosophy or the Buddhist philosophies or the Hindu philosophy. How you are not going to be born again. So this is kind of a pessimistic religion. We said even being again born again itself is suffering. So you have to attain the stage of nirvana, nibbana, where the cycle of birth and rebirth has been stopped. So you will not be again born. Once you are not born, you are not going to go any suffering. Okay, that is the very idea or concept. Not just behind Buddhism, all philosophies generally believe in this idea of birth and rebirth. Okay. So Buddha prescribed this eightfold path. Any doubt till now? Okay. Very, very easy to understand if you understand it very, very, very clearly within the context with which it is made. Don't just mug it up without understanding the context with which every idea has been made. Okay. All ancient philosophies of the world worried about birth and rebirth. Okay. So every philosophy was targeting many things, but the most important question they were targeting is how to negate this cycle of birth and rebirth. There are very few philosophies who do not believe in birth and rebirth. That is called as materialistic philosophy. They do not believe in soul at all. Okay, so once they don't believe in the soul at all, then how can there be a birth and rebirth? For that matter, even Buddha did not believe in the concept of soul, technically how it is understood in the Varnashrama Dharma. But his understanding of transmigration of soul is a little bit different. All these things is not very much part of our syllabus, so I am not going to deal too much into it. Okay, so the very understanding of the soul of Buddha, okay, and of the Varnashrama Dharma is typically different. Right. So this is the eightfold path that has been prescribed by Buddha. Okay. Right view, right intention, right speech, right action, right livelihood, right effort, right mindfulness, and right concentration. Okay, so if you have all these things in place, typically in the Buddhist thought, you will not be born again. You will not be born again. So you will end the suffering in this birth itself. So end of suffering in this birth, that's most important. Okay, death cannot be a solution to most of the ancient philosophers. Why death is not a solution? Because you will be reborn. Okay. In Arthashastra, Kautilya says the most worst thing a person could do is committing a suicide. So, in fact, they consider Chandalas as the most degraded human beings. In Arthashastra, Dharmasastra, untouchables, Chandalas. So, there are only few occasions where in Arthashastra, Kautilya says, your body has to be dragged publicly by a Chandala. The body has to be dragged publicly by a Chandala and should be cremated publicly, not in a decent way, in an indecent way, by the Chandalas. And one such occasion is suicide. Okay, because they believed, all philosophies at that point of time believed suicide is not a solution, because death itself is not a solution. You have to attain the stage of moksha in Hinduism, nirvana and nibbana in case of Buddhism. That is the actual solution to all the sufferings that you are undergoing. Right? That is common to all philosophies. Right. So, Ashtanga Marga, first one is right vision or understanding. That is, it signifies perfect view or understanding of the nature of reality and the path of transformation. This is where Buddhist metaphysics comes into being. I already told you, every dharma at that point of time had their own metaphysics. If you go to Jainism, they call it Navatattva. Okay, so what are the 9 important things? Okay, matter and all the other things, what happens. In Jainism it is different. Everyone had their own metaphysics. Inside Hindu Dharma, again there are different ways of understanding matter. Sankhya philosophy will give a different metaphysics. So is the Vaisheshika. Everyone has their own different metaphysics. Little bit variation. Okay. Hindu system is not one uniform system. They had different metaphysical systems inside the so-called Hindu system. Different metaphysical system. Only one point they all unify, that is Vedas. See, for example, in yoga philosophy, certain commentators will say, in yoga philosophy the people do not believe in God. Okay, but it is classified as Astika school of thought. Okay, it is not classified as Nastika school of thought, but it is classified as Astika school of thought. But when you read the yoga philosophy from the top to bottom, many commentators have said, in yoga philosophy the mention of God itself is not there. The mention of God itself is completely absent in the yoga system. But it is called as Astika. So what is this Astika? They come and say belief in Vedas. So all this orthodox Hinduism comes from the belief in Vedas, and this is non-belief in Vedas, that's it. But inside Hindu fold there are different metaphysics said. What is the matter? What is the, see, if you read Saiva Siddhanta philosophy, word by word Saiva Siddhanta will be against Advaita Vedanta. The concept of avidya, whether it is said as Advaita Vedanta, everything will be different in Saiva Siddhanta. That is developed in Tamil Nadu basically. Saiva Siddhanta is developed in Tamil Nadu. So orthodox Hindu fold comes under. Not all are same. Every metaphysics is Hindu system. But in case of Buddhist metaphysics and Jain metaphysics, they are almost the same. Okay, Buddhism has their own set of metaphysics, and Jainism they have own unified system of metaphysics. Okay, what is matter, what is soul, what is transmigrants of soul, why, how matter reacts, creates another matter. Okay, all these things they had one scientific understanding, right? So right vision or understanding, right thought or intention, it signifies having an emotional intelligence and acting from love and compassion. Right or whole speech, it signifies clear, truthful, uplifting and non-harmful communication. A non-harmful communication. Integral action, it signifies an ethical foundation of life based on the principle of non-exploitation of oneself and others. So this thing you can find it common in Jainism also. This particular aspect of non-violence, do not covet the property of others, okay, and do not indulge in the corrupt practice of sensual behavior, do not speak a lie, do not use intoxicants. All these things, Jainism also you will find a lot of parallel. Okay, so that is the reason many commentators would say Jainism and Buddhism are twin religions, but it is not the case. For example, this dialectics of Buddha is not shared by this Jain concept. Jain concept believes in the concept of universal soul, okay, a kind of a universal soul that controls the total world, which Jainism, so which Buddhism nor Hinduism believes in. Okay, so right. So right livelihood or proper livelihood, that is the fifth point. It signifies a livelihood based on correct action and on the ethical principle of non-exploitation, based on the other principle which we just now read in the fourth point. Okay, right effort, energy or vitality. It signifies consciously directing our life energy to the transformative path of creative and healing action that fosters wholeness, thus moving towards a conscious evolution. Right, this is the sixth point. Right mindfulness and complete a thorough awareness. It signifies developing awareness about oneself, keenly watching the self behavior. Buddha says that if you hold yourself dear, watch yourself well. Okay, again, these concepts are very much shared in yoga philosophy also. If you consider Jnana Yoga, is almost the same with this philosophy of understanding yourself. Right. So, right concentration and meditation, which is again, as I already told you, close to the Hatha Yoga system, that is the yoga philosophy. Almost there will be similarity will also be found in all these traditions. Okay, it signifies the samadhi in the sense of enlightenment or Buddhahood. So samadhi literally means to be fixed, absorbed in or established at one point. Thus the first level of meaning is concentration. When the mind is fixed on a single object, the second level of meaning goes further and represents the establishment not just of mind but also of the whole being in various levels and modes of consciousness awareness. This is where you actually attain the stage of nirvana, the moksha in Hindu thought, and every yoga philosophy, all yoga philosophy also speaks about the same thing, the kind of moksha, how you attain moksha, all four yogas. Okay, and whether it's the bhakti yoga, jnana yoga, or the hatha yoga, or the karma yoga, all yogas also speak about the same thing, but in a different. Okay, so this is what Buddhist thought is all about. General Buddhism. Any doubt in this? Before entering into the exact syllabus, okay, I just wanted everyone to know what is Buddhism is all about. Okay, so Buddhism, it's a kind of a revolutionary idea that came at that point of time. Buddhism do not want to subscribe to the higher ascetic things that was told by Jainism. Being a Jain is not that easy. Okay, you have to live almost an ascetic life. Okay, you cannot enjoy any kind of a sensual pleasure at that point of time when you are a Jain. So it is a tough system to follow, very tough system to follow. But at the same time, Hinduism was a more liberal system. You enjoy karma, you enjoy all sensual pleasures, whatever you want, and they have given many other systems like bhakti yoga, that is you worship a god, your personal god, then God will give you whatever you want. So a lot of mistakes happened. Okay, so Buddha wanted to come into a middle path and said, don't follow this, don't follow that, I will give you the eightfold path. I know what are the four noble truths, and I will give you the eightfold path for the same thing. Okay, solution is the same. The end of the solution is the same, but the means with which we reach the solution is different in case of Buddhism. That's it. The understanding of society is completely different, where the concept of permanent, omnipotent Brahman or the God is absent in Buddhism. So he clearly says, even if you believe in God, even if God comes into being, he will definitely undergo change. Change is unchangeable. Change is something that is unchangeable. So even though God exists, he will change. There cannot be something called the omnipotent, always permanent, the God that is explained in the Sanatana Varnashrama Dharma. That is impossible with respect to Buddhism. That's it. Simple understanding of Buddhism. Any doubt till now? Any doubt, online students? Again, I am sorry. I will give you the mobile number very soon. I have asked for it. Please wait. Right. Any doubts here, students? Okay, we will proceed further. Buddhist political thought. As I already told you, there are many sources of Buddhist political thought. Buddhism basically is written in different languages. As I have already told you, the time period of Buddhism we do not know. Many say it is almost some 2500 years ago. Some say it is only some 2500 BC. Some say it is 800 BC. Some say 500 BC. That is what we have accepted as the historical timeline of Buddha. But when you read all the sources by which they finally derived in the time period of Buddha, you will be astonished. There are now so many evidences to exactly say Buddha belonged to this time period. Okay. Only we can say to choose some kind of dots. You can say, okay, Buddha belonged to this 5th century BC, 6th century BC, that's it. There are many languages, Pali canons, Pali language, oldest language. Now the language is almost absent, so it is not there. Prakrit and Sanskrit mixed, as you would have already read in your GS. Prakrit is a language that was there all over India except for few regions. And this Prakrit finally mixes with the other languages in the later years, and many languages started to develop. Okay. So the time period of development of the Dravidian languages is a little bit old, like Kannada, Telugu. Kannada is a little bit older language than Malayalam. Malayalam is a relatively extremely new language. It's a combination of Tamil plus Sanskrit plus Arabic, which came relatively new somewhere around 8th century AD maximum. That is the time period we can associate. Kannada and Telugu was a little bit older in the sense the language developed somewhere around the start of the millennium, but the literature developed much later. Only the 8th century, 9th century AD we can actually get a Kannada literature, and the Telugu literature also somewhere around the same time, 8th and 9th century AD only we get the Telugu literature. Otherwise, Prakrit is the more prominent form of language which had its own literature, writing, and Sanskrit was very old along with Tamil, as you know. So this is how most of the things is written. So Jain Buddhist traditions mostly was written in Pali and Prakrit combined with Sanskrit. We do have in Tamil literature also a lot of Buddhist text and Jain text, but again it is contested. Whether Sivaka Sintamani and all the things which is compiled around the 5th century and 3rd century, 4th century AD, whether it is a Jain text or a Hindu text, again a lot of confusion. Whether it is a Buddhist text or a Jain text, again a lot of confusion. So we cannot say exactly. Otherwise, they also do not give any political ideas. Okay. So these are the basic political ideas. Jatakas is the like how Panchatantra is there in Hindu philosophy. Similarly, Jataka is there in Buddhist philosophy. Okay. Right. These are the sources of Buddhist political ideas as of now. Right. First and the foremost way by which Buddhism differs in its political ideas with that of Sanatana Varnashrama Dharma is the origin of state. Okay. Origin of state. Okay. The way by which they believed why state came into being. In general Western political ideas, we have already understood different ways of by which the state has come. Okay. Already we have discussed a little bit about the social contract theory and the divine origin theory. Okay. We saw how Dharma Shastra was very close to the divine origin theory, but not exactly the divine origin theory. A small difference between the divine origin theory and the Hindu relative origin of state. Okay. Small difference that we saw yesterday. But here they completely subscribe to the origin of state, to the social contract theory. In an orthodox Hindu fold, it is believed that Brahman, that is God, Brahman, who created the king. In certain texts, he has sent his own son. In certain texts, they say he has created the king so that the law and order in the society could be established. a typical understanding of Hindu creation of state, right? But the Buddhist creation of state is different. How it is different? According to Digha Nikaya, an important Buddhist scripture, with the appearance of high quality rice and its consumption, men acquire physical strength. Okay, so men started to acquire a lot of physical strength. This results in the rise of passions among men and women who tend to build households and store rice. Okay, so slowly, because of the development of physical strength, they started to do this. This tendency gives rise to the scarcity situation, whereupon men decide to divide and demarcate their rice fields. So slowly and steadily agriculture started to develop, so demarcation of private property comes. Okay, this is my rice field, this is your rice field, started to come. Right? Now, a certain greedy being, while guarding his own rice plot, steals another's plot and make use of it. Okay, so greediness started to come in human beings. Okay, thereupon others arrest and censure him for this act. Okay, they arrest and ask them that you have to give an apology, and all these things have happened. They make him promise not to do it again, but he resorts to lying and repeats the act when he is struck by others. So another problem comes. He started to lie now. So all these things was not there in the human beings when the human beings were living like normal nomadic tribes. With the advent of rice and with the advent of agriculture, the development of material life, slowly and steadily, all these four evils started to come into existence, says Digha Nikaya. So initially people lived happily in the tribal life, the nomadic life, but slowly, because of the advent of agriculture, advent of private property in a sense, private property in agriculture, slowly and steadily, all four evils came into existence. What are the four evils? Theft, censure, that is nothing but showing sore disapproval, lying and violence. Everything started to come. Okay. Thereupon, people gather together to deliberate on the ways to control these evils. Okay, so the people gather together, the ways to control these evils. They decide, see, you will find a beautiful parallel in Thomas Hobbes' theory. Almost a similar thing the Thomas Hobbes would have told. Almost a similar thing. They decide to select a person. Who would be wrathful when indignation is justified. Who should be very powerful. He will not accept any kind of indignation. Such a person you have to select. Who would censure the person that will be censured. But someone has to be given a punishment, he has to be given that. And who should banish the one who deserves to be banished. In other words, you want to create a person, you have to select a person who is very, very powerful. He does not accept any of the four evils. Such a person you will select. Okay. The people also agree to give a portion of their rice, justifying taxation. So this justifies taxation. Okay, rice to the person whom they regard competent to perform these functions. Okay, so the person so chosen accepts their offer, keeping in view their common interest. Okay, so the person, again, see how they justify. The person, you have created a sovereign, you have created a king, you have accepted to pay tax to the king. Why you have created a king? Why you have accepted tax to the king? Because in keeping in view of everyone's common interest. What is our common interest? To live happily, live peacefully, without the four evils. Okay, that is our common interest. So, to create all these things, we have created a sovereign, we have a king, we have also agreed to give taxation. In other words, portion of their rights to the person, taxation. Everything is accepted. In this way, the sovereign comes into existence. Sovereign comes into existence. This you will find a beautiful parallel in Thomas Hobbes' theory, almost the same thing. Okay, but this was written some 1500 years ago, before Hobbes has created his social contract theory. Okay, how old our tradition is. So in Buddhist literature, the sovereign is described by three standing phrases: Mahajana Sammata, one who is chosen by the multitude. The term Mahajana Sammata means one who is chosen by the multitude. Katiya, Sanskrit Kshatriya, in Pali it has become Katiya, one who is the lord of the fields. Raja, one who gratifies the others in accordance with the Dhamma. In Sanskrit it is Dharma, Sanatana Dharma is called as Dharma. In Pali it is called as Dhamma. That's it. Okay. Right. So this is the origin of state with respect to Buddhism. Any doubt till now? Concept of the origin of state. Right. The model of political governance. See, to understand Buddhism, always remember, already we have discussed huge about the political governance of Buddhism. Always remember this. The Grammar of Anarchy speech, many times I have quoted. Even 1 year the question has come. The opinion of Ambedkar on constitutionalism. Okay, when Ambedkar says, he gives an opinion on constitutionalism, he takes Buddhism to help it out. Okay, uses Buddhism. He says that all these things of democracy that we are seeing today already existed in India, in Buddhist Sanghas. Already existed in India. So the Buddhist model of political governance was based on the very concept of liberty and equality, which Ambedkar said. Okay, so Ambedkar even goes to an extent to say, today I am developing this liberty equality not based on this Western concept of liberty and equality, but our own Indian tradition of liberty and equality, which is already there in our tradition. But unfortunately we have forgotten it. Okay, now we are reliving it. Always remember this. Okay, the model of political governance. But not always. Buddhism also spoke a lot about kings, the duties of the kings, the dharma that has to be followed by the kings. Everything Buddhism also spoke about. Okay. At the same time, liberty, equality should be there. That also Buddhism spoke about. Buddhism also spoke about the small democratic republics. Everything it spoke of. Okay. It is not that Buddhism never spoke of monarchy. It also spoke of monarchy. It also spoke about the duties of the king. Everything Buddhism spoke of. Right. The Buddhist model of political governance was largely derived from the rules and procedures prescribed for the management of the monastic community, the Sangha. Okay. So already you can, many slides in different angles I have given. Any point you can give it. Okay. First, always you have to remember the concept of choice was there in the ancient Sangha itself. Okay, which is almost absent in the Varnashrama Dharma. You do not have any choice basically. Everything is ascribed to birth. Varnashrama Dharma. How Buddha was completely revolutionary different there. Everything was there based on your birth in Varnashrama Dharma. When you are coming by birth and this under this Varna, then you have to do certain duties. Definitely, that is what Varnashrama Dharma is all about. Okay, this Varna in these stages of life, these are the duties. That Varna in these stages of life, these are the duties. So each Varna has 4 stages of life. For each Varna, in each 4 stages of life, different duties apply. That is how Varnashrama Dharma. No choice is there. No choice is there. Everything is ascribed based on your birth. But here you have a choice in Buddhist Sangha. Okay, even inside, everything inside you have a choice. This mode of governance implied the brotherhood of monks that was established on democratic principles. The day-to-day affairs of Sangha was governed by liberal culture of equalitarian interpersonal relations. Okay, everything was absent in the Varnashrama Dharma, Sanatana Varnashrama Dharma. No equality whatsoever there. Equality only among the same Varna, that is also among the same stages of life. Okay, only there you have equality. Otherwise, there is no equality. Everyone has separate duties. You understood? But gender, also there are a lot of differences in Varnashrama Dharma. Here, nothing is there. Based on liberal culture, equalitarian interpersonal relations. Right? There was no formal hierarchy or dynastic favoritism in the monastic order. Okay. The monastic code of conduct stipulates that the individual life of a monk is immersed in the community of persons ideally seeking liberation from greed, hatred, delusion, folly, conceit and ignorance. Okay. So that is how it has been organized. So, communal harmony and communal property. Communal harmony and communal property. So again, Buddhism also denounces, in sanghas at least, the concept of private property. Okay, they were required to live in a state of communal harmony with communal property and bare minimum of one's private material possessions. But Buddhism as a political thought, in the Buddhist kingdoms, they have not abolished private property. Even in Arthashastra, we find a lot of writings where Kautilya has said certain things as state's monopoly. Okay, one striking thing which I found is liquor. Like how there is a task mark there in today, Kautilya has prescribed that liquor has to be a state monopoly. Okay, private parties should not be allowed to create their own liquors, brand or companies, nothing is allowed. It's a monopoly of the government. Similarly, gambling. Again, Kautilya said all these things has to be a state monopoly. Okay. So, right, this form of monastic governance contained many features of statecraft found in the self-governing confederacies and republics rather than the large monarchical kingdoms of the north such as Koshala and Magadha. So, this is normally in the self-governing confederacies. While monarchical kingdoms exemplified the Brahmanic notions of a divinely ordained system of superior class of rulers, the self-governing confederacies largely conform to the logic of humanistic foundation of Buddhist ethics. So, there were many self-governing confederacies during that time, during the time of Buddha, around the 6th, 7th century AD, who almost conformed to this Buddhist ethics. Liberty, equality and all the other things. Right. The principles of political righteousness of Dharma. So, how the king should behave. What is Dharma? Okay. The most important contribution of the early Buddhist canonists to our ancient political thought consists in their total application of the principle of righteousness to the king's internal administration and to his foreign policy. Okay. Ethics is generally not prescribed in Arthashastra. Correct? Ethics is prescribed in Arthashastra only for the internal administration to a larger extent. When it comes to foreign policy, Arthashastra foreign policy only based on power. Okay. If the other king becomes more powerful, then what diplomatic option you have? If it is less powerful, what is the diplomatic option you have? Okay. At the end of the day, something is accepted, that is expansion of an empire. Okay. A king will definitely expand his empire. So there is no something called as ethical ruling. Okay, in Arthashastra. Right. But here not is the case. The best one was one who devoted himself to the welfare of the whole realm, including animals. The king should avoid specific vices and practice specified virtues. Okay, avoid specified vices and practice specified virtues. Okay, righteousness of dharma imposed on some principles and policies of state like protection of the good, impartial justice, friendliness towards neighboring kings, temporal and spiritual benefits to all classes of people, friendliness towards the neighboring kings. Okay, almost absent in the Arthashastra. According to Buddhist theory, ethical standards were applicable uniformly to the ruler and his subjects and equally upon kings' public and private acts. Everywhere there is an ethical standard. The Buddhist thinkers rejected the Brahmanical ethics in relation to statecraft such as treacherous war and unquestionable methods of war and diplomacy. In Arthashastra, we have many methods of war and diplomacy which we saw yesterday. Everything they completely reject. It should be based on dharma and ethical principle. So it is not based on power, and the king is not always considered the person who could expand. Who expands, like how Arthashastra believes. In Arthashastra, king is a person who eventually expands. In other words, the logic of Arthashastra is, if you have to give welfare to your public, your kingdom, the people who are ruling, then you have to expand and exploit the nearby kingdoms. to take the wealth out of them so that you can keep your public happy, the people of your kingdom happy. That is the thing that is mentioned. But here not is the case. A king is a king to everyone. He has to be ethical to everyone, not just to his own kingdom, people of his own kingdom, but to everyone. Ethical logic governed. Okay. Jataka stories say that king should avoid falsehood and anger, and whatever he has done in the past under the influence of passion and sin, he should not repeat. The king should choose as his ministers and other officials who are steady, limbed in affairs and free from vices of gambling, drinking and so forth. So these people should not be chosen as a minister. Only those people who do not have all these things can be chosen as a minister. The king should himself examine the income and the expenditure. The punishment for wrongdoers and rewards for good and efficient should be promptly given. What are the qualities of the king? All the four things is already mentioned, also mentioned here, but extra one thing is mentioned. Samadana Beda Danda, which is already there, it is also there, it is Hindu philosophy, it is also here in Buddhist philosophy. One extra thing is there. What is it? Restraint. Nigama, against his enemies. That is absent in Artha Shastra. It is absent in Artha Shastra or any Dharma Shastra. But he says you should also follow restraint against his enemies. The story of Ashoka. Okay, I will give you an example how a Buddhist king has to behave. Once Ashoka takes this Buddhist fold, then Ashoka does not conquer anyone. Right? He also considered part of Tamil Nadu as his friendly nations only. In the Ashoka edict it is mentioned as only as friendly nations, Chola, Sera, Pandya and Satyaputra. Satyaputra, if to Sangam literature, we have to consider there is Adiyan kingdom. Okay. So it should be a Chera kingdom is nothing but Kerala Putra. So Cholas, Cheras and Adiyan kingdom. So that is what we have to understand. Friendly nations only. Then Ashoka wanted to propagate Buddhism. Okay. So sent his own daughter to propagate Buddhism in Ceylon. So he considered everyone as only friendly nation, ethical principle, but this is not there in Hindu, Artha Shastra fold of things. Okay. Sama, Dana, Beda, Danda and Nigama, restraint. Okay. Qualities of a king continued. In Jatakamala stories, descriptions of different kings were given. The kings were gifted with strength of will, intelligence and material force and good fortune. They ruled their subjects like their own children. The king should adopt a comprehensive program of benevolent rule over his subjects. The agricultural, the mercantile and industrial classes were to be protected so they might benefit the king by the payment of taxes. Okay. The king should also adopt sound canons of taxation. The early Buddhist canonists described the aristocratic clan republics and the qualifications of the citizens of a republican community such as public spirit, wise conservatism, moral rectitude, discipline, pity and mutual harmony. These things they told the qualification of a republican community. Okay, a community which organized based on equality and some kind of democracy. So all these things should be there according to early Buddhist canons. Because at that point democracy was practiced in India. We did have other systems apart from monarchy also. Okay, right. Ideology of a world ruler. Ideology of a world ruler. The early Buddhist canonists give a highly idealistic picture of the world ruler, Chakravarti. The attributes of the ruler comprised not only universal supremacy and successful administration at the home and abroad, but also above all righteousness of dharma. Righteousness of dharma. That is how the world ruler should be. The world ruler was credited with 7 jewels consisting of wheel treasure, elephant treasure, horse treasure, house treasure, horse treasure, treasure of a woman, the treasurer and the advisor. Okay, this is the early Buddhist canon, right? The privileges of Brahmins were rejected by the Buddhist philosophers. Okay, so the spiritual world teacher Buddha is repeated in Sanskrit works belonging to the later Buddhist thinkers. The divine wheel, the palladium, the universal ruler, is itself associated with the principle of righteousness. Okay, right. Any doubt till now, guys? Buddhism. With this, we are completing Buddhism. Buddhist political thought. Questions will come only from the Buddhist origin of state, and the qualities of kings and the other systems, political governance. Okay. Buddhist political governance, Buddhist model, all these things might come. Or simple, they might ask you, reflect upon the Buddhist tradition, the political thought in the Buddhist tradition. Okay, so if that is the question, then you have to answer everything comprehensively based upon the word limit. Okay, so whatever the 10 slides, 15 slides that we have seen in Buddhism, everything you have to write comprehensively, holistically, it's 150 words or 200 words, that's it. Okay, so any doubt in Buddhist political thought? So can we proceed further? With this, we are completing with ancient Indian political thought. Now we are entering into the modern Indian political thought. In modern Indian political thought, again there are many prominent thinkers. How they have classified is, they have classified one Muslim nationalist, one Hindu nationalist, and you have a Gandhi and an Ambedkar. Okay, thank you. So for online students, good news, you got your number 73059888226. 73059888226. Okay, so any doubt, message me immediately. So last class also you did not have your mobile number, so any doubt in what we have taken in the last class also, you can message me. At the end of this class, I will take it. Okay, end of the total session is over, I will take the answers, I will take the questions, I will answer you. Right. So with this, we are completing the ancient Indian political thought. As I have told you, in our syllabus, we have one Muslim nationalist, one Hindu nationalist, and we have a communist thinker, M.N. Roy, and we have two nationalist thinkers in Gandhi and Ambedkar. Both are completely different to each other and completely opposite to each other. We can consider that way. They are not just different from each other, they were actually completely opposite to each other. Okay, Gandhi and Ambedkar, but both had the same idea of developing the nation, both had the same idea of working towards the weaker section, but the methods differed. Okay. So that is the reason probably they could have kept Gandhi, Ambedkar, M.N. Roy, and we have a Muslim nationalist in Sir Syed Ahmad Khan, and we have a Hindu nationalist in the Sri Aurobindo. We will read it very soon. Okay. So can we proceed with modern political thought? Yes. So the modern Indian political thought, as all of us know, starts with the combination of few things. One is British administration and another one is the reform movements that came. One kind of reform movements came in the Hindu tradition among Hindus, another reform movements came in the Muslim tradition. Okay. Not to mention Christian reform movement was already there, but Christian society reformed both the already existing Hindu fold and the Muslim fold. So that reform movement, we don't have any thinkers such especially. Right? But we do have a Islamic reform movement and Hindu reform movement. So from the Islamic reform movement, the most important person is Sir Syed Ahmad Khan. Who is this? Sir Syed Ahmad Khan holds significant importance in Indian history as an educationist, as an historiographer, as a journalist, as a social reformer, and the founder of Mohammedan Anglo-Oriental College, which has now become as a Aligarh Muslim University in 1920. It was converted by his son basically. Okay, so he has different phases. Okay, Sir Syed Ahmad Khan. See how many years, almost some 70 years. Okay, 70, 80 years this guy has lived. Sir Syed Ahmad Khan has lived. So much of reform, so much of controversies in his life about Muslim nationalism and how he wanted to pursue reform. He was a thorough reformist in the initial years, undoubtedly a thorough reformist in the initial years, Sir Syed Ahmad Khan. But because of the political discourse that happened during the later years after the 1857, the first war of independence, so-called first war of independence, India's political scenario changes. Why India's political scenario, British India's political scenario changes is because Hindus started to get a lot of government services, where slowly and steadily Muslims started to, I won't say they did not get into, most of the Muslims cannot get into because of the lack of English education. Okay, so there was a deprivation among the Muslims in getting government services, and a lot of Hindus started to get into the government services. So reforms among the Muslims was mandated. Okay, and came Sir Syed Ahmad Khan. That was the political situation once he came. He was a catalyst for reconstruction of Muslim community, an advocate of rationalism, a pioneer of modern education. Okay, there are different phases of Sir Syed Ahmad Khan. The most important phase is as a modernizer. This is how the question have come till date. Okay, I think only 2 years question has come, Sir Syed Ahmad Khan. Both questions on only this aspect. But there are many aspects of Sir Syed Ahmad Khan. So last year itself we expected the Muslim nationalism question of Sir Syed Ahmad Khan, but again it does not come. Again the same angle they have asked it. Okay, there is another angle to Sir Syed Ahmad Khan. Ahmad Khan as a Muslim nationalist. Okay, we will see that. As a modernizer, Sir Syed Ahmad Khan started a unique movement in the sphere of religion, culture, society and polity, which served as a source of enlightenment for the Indian Muslims. He became a pioneer of modernization of a traditional society. See, first thing at that point of time, in 1860s, 1870s, 1890s, at that point of time when Sir Syed Ahmad Khan was living, there were a lot of currents that was going. First thing is, the Britishers started to understand or believe that Muslims are antithetical to British administration. Point number one. Such a kind of a belief started to come into the British mindset. Why that belief started to come in the British mindset is because they were exterior rulers. So, in other words, British has now started to come to rule, replacing the Mughal administration, which is predominantly a Islamic administration. So, all the court language, which was exterior Persian, now it has been replaced by English. So, all the privileges that is enjoyed by the Muslims, now it has been replaced by the British. So, technically, British started to understand that Muslims are against British administration. They are against the British administration that is there. That is one point. Another point, there are also other many movements that was completely taking place all over the Islamic world, not just in India, all over the Islamic world. Like the Wahhabi movement, which started to take place, the fundamentalist movement everywhere, the pan-Islamic movement as they say, okay, that started to take root all over India. So, every Muslim across India and the subcontinent everywhere started to identify themselves with a movement that was going, started to identify themselves with the global Islamic community. Okay, that is another current that was going inside India. So, there is a movement where the people started to identify themselves with the global Islamic community. There is a movement that there is a kind of an understanding that is going on. The Muslims are antithetical to the British administration. Sir Syed Ahmad Khan lived in that era and believed that all these things are very, very dangerous to the Indian Muslim. Understood? So, all these things are dangerous to Indian Muslims. He thought even the pan-Islamic movement that is going there, it is also dangerous. He believed that Indian Muslims are different from the other Muslims around the world. So, he wanted to create something called the Indian Muslim nationalism, a separate Indian Muslim, rather than identifying the Muslims with the global Islamic community, which he thought it is dangerous for the existence or the development of the Muslim community in India. That is one thing he believed. Another thing is, what he saw is like, okay, because of lot of other practices that is there, fundamental religious practices which is devoid of science, Sir Syed Ahmad Khan believed that Muslim community is not developed. One thing. What Sir Syed Ahmad Khan beautifully did is, he could actually explain why the rational movements and the scientific revolution came in Europe and what was the contribution of Muslim traders in the development of science. There are a lot of articles and pamphlets that were written by Sir Syed Ahmad Khan where he argued this is actually the Arab traders. It is also relatively true. It is actually the Arab traders and the others who actually brought this rationality in Europe. So he wanted to develop a self-pride in the Indian Muslims, saying that Europe developed because of the ideas developed by Muslims. So don't follow those ancient fundamentalist practices devoid of science, rather try to follow those practices which is scientific in nature. Even if Quran has mandated something that is against science, let's set it aside, said Sir Syed Ahmad Khan. Even if Quran has said something, do not follow it. Let's follow only those things that is there in Quran which is based on science and rationality. Because Sir Syed Ahmad Khan believed that this is the very aspect of Quran. The very idea why the Quran has been written is to create the idea of rationality and reason. The idea of rationality and reason taken into the Europe, and it has created a scientific revolution there, but we are not following it today. You understood? So he wanted the Muslim people in India to follow rationality and reason in interpreting Quran also. Quran also. Don't follow Quran based on some religious clergy. Someone will interpret Quran and say this is what Quran is, immediately don't follow it. He was against all the evil practices, the Parda system, the other system that was there in the Islamic community at that point of time. Okay. He wanted to modernize the Islamic community. He believed that only because of all of you are following this kind of non-modern, non-scientific thing, the Britishers, we cannot get into, Britishers become apprehensive of us. Because you are fundamentalists, they are more rational. Okay, they believe you fundamentalist people cannot come into the British scheme of things. So he wanted to create some kind of rationality and justify that is what the very notion of Quran. Okay. Right. So he was inspired by the idea that England and other Western countries owed their wealth and power to the enlightenment and learning in arts and sciences. Okay. Hence he preferred that Muslim community should also rely on modern Western for its advancement. Okay. So you also have to develop. You cannot be always thinking about the old religious practices that are not approved by science. Sir Ahmad Khan also was deeply influenced by modern scientific thinking, that he sought to reconcile the tenets of Islam with the scientific knowledge. Syed Ahmad tried to convince his Muslim co-religionists that they could achieve progress only by adapting modern, Western and scientific knowledge and in social life. In order to promote this view, he took many concrete steps. He established the Scientific Society in 1864 at Aligarh in collaboration with Hindu and European enthusiasts, particularly for translating Western classics into Indian languages with a view to inculcate scientific temperament among the Muslims. Right. In 1870, he started publication of a journal, Tehzeebul Akhlaq, which was imbued with the message of tolerance, broad-mindedness and acceptance of the other, that is the religion, other religion. Okay. Initial years of Sir Syed Ahmad Khan, he wanted Hindu-Muslim unity. It is not that in later years it does not want Hindu-Muslim unity, but the way by which, as I already told you, the way by which the political discourse started to move in British India, unfortunately, he started to be identified with the Muslim nationalist. Okay. right? But initial years, Sir Syed Ahmad Khan wanted to create some kind of Hindu-Muslim brotherhood. Okay? The journal aimed at awakening the Indian Muslims out of their slumber so that they could take active part in public life. In 1877, Syed Ahmad Khan founded the Mohammedan Anglo-Oriental College at Aligarh, which was patterned after Oxford and Cambridge universities that he had visited. On a trip to England, his objective was to build a college with the British system of education without compromising the Islamic values. Okay. Syed Ahmad started working on developing the Anglo-Oriental College as full-fledged university in collaboration with his son Syed Mahmud, who was graduated from the Cambridge. By 1920, that is 22 years after Muhammad's death, college was transformed into Aligarh Muslim University. Ahmad Khan is honored as the founder of this university. Today, Aligarh Muslim University is a prominent central university which is widely known for its big academic standards and an excellent center for modern education for all Indians without discrimination. Okay. I think I have not read this, isn't it? He observed that all revolutionary changes, those in one's ideas, especially religious ideas, were most astounding. He argued that religious beliefs were not impervious to change. Okay. Religious belief is not impervious to change. If religion did not keep pace with changing times, it would become inert. Okay. So, Sir Syed Ahmad Khan believed any religion has to change with changing times. So, Sir Syed Ahmad strongly opposed the orthodox character and narrow outlook of the religion, Muslim religion, okay, Islamic religion. He tried to reinterpret the Holy Quran and its teachings and repudiate those interpretations thereof which were not in consonance with scientific and rational knowledge. Very, very, very important. He was against all the evil practices, all the social evil practices, triple talaq, the wheel, parda system of women, everything he was against. Okay. He argued that the word God as enshrined in the scripture could not go against the work of God, namely nature and reason. Okay. So, this is the most reason why the God has come into existence. On this ground, he opposed all types of irrational social practices, all types as such as slavery, the wearing of the veil by women, polygamy and instant divorce among Muslims on the flimsy grounds. See, he was, certain things they are not mentioned in the CPPT, I don't know why. See, he was against madrasas basically. Once when one of his friends of Sir Syed Ahmad Khan wanted to establish a madrasa in Delhi, Sir Syed Ahmad Khan writes a letter that he are doing a historical injustice to the Muslim community. Okay. It is not that he does not believe in madrasas, but what he said is, these things will actually distance the British from the Muslim community. Already we are seeing that we are losing our jobs, we are already losing our privileges in the British India, which we enjoyed before British came here. So, we are losing everything. Now again you are going back to some kind of a traditional Islamic education system, whereas all the Hindus have already taken the British education system. So, the ancient Gurukula system is almost absent among the Hindu fold now. So, they have started to follow the British education system. So, whom the British will be very close to? The Muslim or the Hindu? Says the Sir Syed Ahmad Khan. So, it is illogical to follow madrasas. So, don't build a madrasa. Don't create madrasa. So what you have to do is you have to create lot of British style education institutions, but don't compromise the Islamic values. You need not compromise the Islamic values. So Islam speaks truth, so you can keep that, but don't build that based on your own traditional system, because Hindus are not doing it. So automatically, natural affinity that the British will become very close to Hindus. So you will be always be neglected, said Sir Syed Ahmad Khan. Okay. So that was his thinking. His thinking was very, very simple, in the sense that he wanted the privilege of the Muslims to develop inside the British fold also. Muslims to develop inside the British India also. Right. Okay. As a promoter of Muslim loyalty to the British. As I already told you, that is the worry that made Sir Syed Ahmad Khan, or brought Sir Syed Ahmad Khan into politics. Okay. So why he started to actively take part in politics? Because of this worry. At that point of time, he started to see a procedure, or started to see a pattern where Muslims are neglected by the British, and they started to believe that they are against the British. British started to believe that they are against Muslims. Okay. So the political career of Sir Syed Ahmad Khan began after 1857. He provided political leadership by uniting the people under the banner of Islam. Okay. He wrote various notable works in order to remove the mistrust of Britishers towards the Muslims. To the Muslims, he advocated loyalty to the government, and to the British, he asked to review their policy, which would win the support of the largest minority in the country. Okay. He thought that Hindus are gaining heavily in British India by taking the Western education and showing loyalty towards the British. Hence, he advocated the Muslim public who are adverse to English language and culture to adopt the same, to become close to British rulers and get benefited out of it, like how the Hindus are gaining. Okay. So you also do the same thing. Don't do madrasa as an education system which is against the British belief system. Right. Sir Syed Ahmad Khan so was overwhelmed by the trouble of the Muslims in Indian subcontinent that he decided to make efforts to save Muslim nation from total ruin. He remove suspicions of the British officers and bring them closer to the Muslims. He wrote his well-known pamphlet, The Causes of Indian Revolt, which Graham describes the true and manly words. In the pamphlet, The Loyal Muhammadans of India, he drew the attention of the critics to the services of Muslim families who had served the lives of many Englishmen, women and children at the risk of their own lives. Okay. So he told about who are the loyal Mohammedans. Okay. Loyal, the people who are loyal to the British Empire. He wrote about a pamphlet. These are the people who are very loyal to you. So it is not that all Muslims are against British. There are also a lot of Mohammedans who were loyal to the British. He wrote a pamphlet. Okay. He also pointed out that Muslims are not opposed to Christians. Okay. Right. Sir Syed had known about the intention of the Hindus and advised the Muslims not to join Indian National Congress. This is where, when later years, Sir Syed Ahmad Khan is being branded as a Muslim nationalist and branded as the father of the two-nation theory. Why he is branded as the father of the two-nation theory is, as we all know, the two-nation theory is a later birth. It comes much later into the Indian discourse. But many credit Sir Syed Ahmad Khan as the father of the two-nation theory because of the fact that he mistrusted, he does not trust INC, and he thought that Indian National Congress is a Hindu body. So many things like Urdu, you will see, the promotion of Urdu in expense of Hindi. That is something again which created anger among the Hindu public over Sir Syed Ahmad Khan, where he wanted to promote Urdu. Okay. There were many reasons why he wanted to promote Urdu, which I will tell you now. But these things angered. That is the reason he has been branded as a Muslim nationalist, was antithetical to Hindu nationalist, the Hindu nationalism. Right. He thought that Congress was mainly a Hindu body which worked for the protection of the rights of the Hindus. Okay. He requested the Muslims to get modern education first and then come in the field of politics in order to protect their rights. So what is the immediate requirement is not politics. It's a similar parallel we can find in Ambedkar's writing also. He was also against Indian National Congress. He also said education comes first, politics comes second. But he believed in political rights, no doubt in it. But he said education comes first. Right? He believed that political activity would divert the attention of the Muslims from the constructive task and revive British mistrust. So, the very idea of all the ideas of modernization, the promotion of Urdu and all the other things which Sir Syed Ahmad Khan created was to create the loyalty of the Muslims to British. Okay, he wanted to say to the British that we are also loyal. It is not that only Hindus are loyal, even Muslims are loyal. So, come out of the mindset that only Hindus are loyal to you. Okay. He was the main proponent of promoting the Urdu language. As I already told you, there are many reasons why he wanted to promote Urdu language. At that point of time, Urdu has not developed into a language fully. Okay. So as I told you, all these are completely modern languages, whether it's a Hindi, Gujarati, Rajasthani, all these languages do not have any literature before 15th century. Okay, they are very, very modern languages. All these languages have their literature only 15th, 16th and 17th centuries. That is where all have developed their literature. So is Urdu. It's also purely a modern language. Okay. And the Urdu is a language that was developed in Mughals. But even though Mughals have developed the language Urdu, but the court language predominantly was Persian, then Arabic. Only Urdu comes as a secondary language. Okay. So that is also a problem there. So once Sir Syed Ahmad Khan wanted to develop a concept of Indian Muslim separate from the global Islamic community, he thought a separate language for Indian Muslims like Urdu will serve the purpose. Okay. So as long as they are also following the same Persian language or other languages with the global Islamic community is following, then the brand of Indian Muslim will not be there. So that was also one of the main reasons why he promoted, because he believed that Indian Muslims are different from the global Islamic community and this is our country, this is India and we are Muslims inside India. Okay. This is our nation, India is our nation and we belong to India. So that promote that, he wanted to promote Urdu. Right. So the main proponent of the Urdu language with the onset of Hindi-Urdu controversy of 1867. The controversy is very simple, where at that point of time, before the Uttar Pradesh and all the United Provinces, before that Urdu was the official language. Now it was converted as a Hindi. People wanted Hindi to be the official language. Most of the Hindus were favoring it and the Muslims were against it. Okay. So Hindus wanted Hindi to be the official language of United Provinces, whereas the Muslims wanted Urdu to be the official language of United Provinces. The problem started. Right. Saw the entry of Sir Syed as a strong political leader of the Muslim community. He also became a mainstream voice opposing the adoption of Hindi as a second official language of United Provinces, now known as Uttar Pradesh. Okay, first is English. Right. So Sir Syed also perceived Urdu language as a lingua franca of Muslims. Okay, having been developed by the Muslim of India, Urdu was used as a secondary language to Persian, the official language of the Mughal court. With the downfall of Mughal dynasty, Sir Syed promoted the use of Urdu in his writing. Okay. Under Sir Syed, Scientific Society translated Western works only into Urdu. The educational institute set up by Sir Syed imparted education in Urdu medium. Okay. Apart from English medium, Urdu medium is also there. He wanted to promote Urdu. There were three reasons why he promoted Urdu language. One, by allowing the Persian as the lingua franca of Muslims in India will increase the British mistrust over Muslims. Because Persian itself is a bigger empire, another empire. The empire which is as big as British one point of time. Okay. So, if the most of the Indian Muslims again following Persian as their official language, technically the British rulers will be having some mistrust over. Okay. So, that is the reason he promoted Urdu. The second was that he does not want people to adopt Hindi, which he has condemned as the language of the vulgar and is not a poetic language like Urdu. Okay. And his continuous insult, that is how he is perceived by the Hindus, over Hindi made him as a Muslim nationalist. Okay. The third is that he did not want the Indian Muslims to become part of the pan-Islamic global movement that is happening all over the world at that point of time. He thought Indian Muslims are different and have their own culture and language. This was also shared by the founding father of Pakistan, Muhammad Ali Jinnah. He also believed Indian Muslims are different. That is the reason when Mahatma Gandhi supported the Khilafat movement, Jinnah was against it. Jinnah said, why an Indian Muslim has to support a Khilafat movement? He has nothing to do with the Khilafat movement. We have nothing to do with the Khilafat movement. That Muslim is different, this Muslim is different. We are Indian Muslims. We are born in India and we have loyalty towards India. Okay. The same Jinnah says India and Pakistan are two different nations in a different stage of his life. Okay. So, initial stage, both Sir Syed Ahmad Khan and Muhammad Ali Jinnah did not believe in the two-nation theory. But the later stages of life, they probably would have developed this concept of Hindu one nation, Muslim another nation. Right? We will see the criticism very soon. Why Sir Syed Ahmad Khan is called as a propounder of this two-nation theory. Right? The success of the Hindi movement also led Sir Syed to further to advocate the use of Urdu symbols of Muslim heritage and also as the language of all Indian Muslims. He also persuaded the British government to give Urdu extensive usage and patronage. His colleagues such as Mohsin ul Mulk, Maulavi Abdul Haq developed the organizations such as Urdu Defense Association and the Anjuman Taraqi Urdu, committed to the perpetuation of Urdu. Okay. All these people actually led to efforts that also resulted in adaptation of Urdu as the official language of Hyderabad state and as the medium of instruction in Osmania University. So, Urdu slowly and steadily started to be spread all over India among the Indian Muslims as the most important language of the Muslims. Okay. The population of Muslims in the northern and the western India, Urdu language also became an integral part of political cultural identity. However, the division over the use of Hindi or Urdu further provoked a communal conflict between Muslims and the Hindus in India. Right. Right. So, now we will see how he is being termed as a Muslim nationalist. Even though in his initial years, he wanted Hindu-Muslim unity. He was not against Hindu-Muslim unity. He wanted Hindu-Muslim unity. But slowly and steadily, the way by which the political currents went in modern India, the way by which Hindus were preferred by British administrators and Muslims were neglected by the British administrators, made Sir Syed Ahmad Khan think, why so? So, slowly and steadily he started to work a lot for Muslims, the Indian Muslims separately, and in the process he created some kind of a Muslim identity separate to that of a Hindu identity in India. By unifying Indian Muslims, he also tried, probably without his own intention, created an Indian Muslim antagonistic with the Indian Hindu. Okay. That process also happened, right. So, although Sir Syed was a supporter of Hindu-Muslim unity in his initial years, the development of general Indian political discourse in the later years made him a thorough Muslim nationalist as opposed to the Hindu interest. In his initial years, he even asked Muslims to avoid eating beef in Hindu majority areas. But later, as he understood that Muslims are lagging behind the Hindus in the government services, etc., he started to advocate policies and programs that spoke for Muslim interest and were against Hindu interest. Example, promotion of Urdu and degrading Hindi. Okay. All these things he did only to give a sense of pride among the Muslims. When he says that the scientific revolution came in Europe only because of Muslims, it is to give a sense of pride among the Muslims so that they also take scientific things. But it is not against Hindus basically, but it has been perceived that it was against Hindus. It has been perceived. Okay. So Sir Syed was condemned for inspiring communal divisions between Hindus and Muslims. That is the reason he is condemned. Okay. Not always was his intention to create such a rift. He is recognized by historians as one of the earliest supporters of the two nation theory that Hindus and Muslims were distinct and incompatible nations. All these things that he have did, okay, creating a sense of pride among the Muslims of scientific revolution, or the kind of Urdu promotion of Urdu language as against Hindi language, okay, everything created a kind of a Muslim identity distinct from the Hindu identity. Okay. Historians debated that Sir Syed was emotionally incapable to accept the prospect that an independent India's Hindu majority would come to rule the Muslims who had been in the formal. This is criticism. Okay, you do not know if it is true or not. It is only criticism. Just to be criticism I have given it. Okay, you never know it is true or not. He also dreaded that Hindu culture would weaken the Perso-Arabic nature of the Muslim culture, which had enjoyed a dominant status under Muslim rulers for centuries. Again, this is only a criticism because Sir Syed Ahmad Khan himself was against this Perso-Arabic culture. He wanted to create a specific Indian Muslim Urdu culture. So, we cannot 100% say he believed in that. But criticizers say he believed in that. Okay. So, I am also trying to give a criticizer's point of view. His disapproval of Indian nationalists, especially of Indian National Congress, and the profession of incompatibility of Muslims and Hindus expanded the social political gulf between the communities that has emerged with Urdu-Hindi controversy. Okay. Probably there is a historical blunder. He is not supporting the Indian National Congress. To summarize, Sir Syed Ahmad Khan was a great Muslim crusader and a political thinker of the political era of the 19th century. Right. With this, we are completing Sir Syed Ahmad Khan also. Any doubt till now? Any doubt till now, guys? So, I hope all of you would have understood the basic ideas behind Sir Syed Ahmad Khan. Okay. So, questions as of now, as I have told you, has come only from the modernizer angle of Sir Syed Ahmad Khan, only from the modernizer angle of Sir Syed Ahmad Khan, not from any other angle. But there are also other angles to his philosophy. Everything I have taken. Last year itself, we expected that this particular angle of the Muslim nationalist, or how he is against the pan-Islamic movement. Okay, that is something that is extremely characteristic of Sir Syed Ahmad Khan. He was against the pan-Islamic movement. So is Muhammad Ali Jinnah. He said Indian Muslims are different. Don't try to identify yourself with the global Islamic community. Not required. We follow Quran, we are Muslims, but we are Indians. So the kind of loyalty to India was actually supported by Sir Syed Ahmad Khan. He prescribed it and something he told it. Right. So, any doubt till now, guys? Sir Syed Ahmad Khan. Okay. What we will do is, online students, any doubt from online students? Okay, no doubt till now. We will take a break. Time is now 5:43. So, come by 6:65. Okay, thank you. 6, we'll make it 6. Thank you. Hello. So, can we proceed further? Right. So, Hindu nationalism, Sri Aurobindo. Okay, there were many Hindu nationalists, and he is one of the pioneers of Hindu nationalism in India. Even though we generally don't associate directly with the kind of Hindu nationalism called as cultural nationalism, but undoubtedly he is a Hindu nationalist who believed in the Sanatana Dharma to be the world religion, okay, and he believed in all aspects of Hindu way of life, the fold of life. Right. Sri Aurobindo was a creative genius and a multifaceted personality, was a towering figure of the national movement. Nationalists worship him as the apostle and prophet of Indian nationalism. He was not a mass leader of the national movement like Gandhi. He was not a mass leader, but he was no less forceful than him. Most dangerous person we have to reckon with, according to Lord Minto. Sri Aurobindo was a revolutionary in his initial years. Only in his later years, he realized that to this revolutionary path, we cannot achieve something, so we have to go. He developed his own concept of passive resistance, also called as passive revolution. So, slowly and steadily, he converts from a revolutionary leader to a spiritual leader. But even after becoming a spiritual leader, he spoke of Indian nationalism till his death. So, but the variants of Hindu nationalism, the Indian nationalism, was a little bit different now. He culminated the spiritual tenets of Sanatana Dharma, Varnashrama Dharma inside the nationalist awakening. Okay, he culminated the both. Right. By 1905, the year Bengal was partitioned, he was in the thick of nationalist politics. He attended the Benares session of Congress in 1905. He moved to Kolkata in 1906 and became very active in organizing and promoting revolutionary activities. The simmering discontent between the Congress moderate and revolutionary factions, which had largely to do with the crucial question of the aim of party and the methods to be adopted to achieve them, came to a head in Surat session of 1907. All these things we have already seen, okay, when we discussed of the initial part of Indian polity. So I am not going to detail it. So Aurobindo, along with Bal Gangadhar Tilak, led the extremist or revolutionary faction in the showdown of the session, which resulted in the split in Congress in 1907 Surat session. In the meantime, his activities gathered pace and he travelled to various places, giving speeches and holding meetings. Arrested in May 1908 in connection with the Alipore bomb case, he was incarcerated and kept in isolation in Alipore Central Jail for a year while the trial was underway. Though he was acquitted, his experiences while in prison had shifted his focus from the political to the spiritual. So, Aurobindo Ashram, I hope all of you would have visited here in Pondicherry, isn't it? Aurobindo Ashram. But this transformation did not completely dampen his revolutionary spirit. As soon as he was out of jail, he gave the famous Uttarpara speech in which he articulated forcefully his spiritual convictions, equating nationalism with dharma, elevating the nationalist struggle and cause to the spiritual level. The British, however, were very worried by his growing influence and his brand of politics. Lord Minto thought him to be the most dangerous person we have to reckon with, and the police were on the lookout for a chance to arrest him again. So, within a year of his release, he finally left British territory and moved to the French colony of Puducherry, where he concentrated on the spiritual activities and philosophical pursuits till December 5, 1950. Okay. So, how the questions will come on Aurobindo? three important areas where you have to look in Aurobindo. One is his contribution to the freedom, okay, philosophical contribution to the concept of freedom, at the same time his methods towards freedom. Both are important. He understood how philosophically freedom is different. So that is also important. So questions might be sometimes extremely open. They might ask you Aurobindo's contribution to freedom. Then you have to write both his philosophical contribution to the understanding of freedom, how he understood freedom, at the same time his methods. Okay. If the question directly targets philosophical, then it's okay. If it's methods of freedom, then he has developed his own method of freedom based on passive resistance. How you differentiated passive resistance to that of active resistance, that we will see. Okay. An elaborate method, what is passive resistance, what is active resistance, an elaborate method, scheme of things Sri Aurobindo has developed, that we would see. Other than that, the questions might also come from the Hindu nationalism or the cultural nationalism which Sri Aurobindo has developed. Only these three areas. Okay. And the Sanatana Dharma, which is also an extension of the Hindu nationalism, which is the last phase we will see. Only these areas the question can come. See, he has developed a number of ideas, like the integral yoga, which I have not taken it here, because I think that is irrelevant to a political idea of Sri Aurobindo. So I am not going to take what is the integral yoga. Okay. So there are certain ideas which is there in some other books, I have not taken it because I am 100% sure it will not come. Okay. Only these areas will generally come, which is very, very extremely part of his political ideas. Right. Okay. On freedom, he considered foreign rule as unnatural and foreign to the nation, and it does not give a space to the indigenous capacity and energies to flourish, rather than crush them down to meet the colonial interest. Okay. So his idea comes from the fact that for an individual to develop, the soul in the individual to develop, you need freedom. That concept we already read in liberalism, right? How liberals believed that freedom is essential, positive liberals extremely believed that freedom is extremely important for your self-development, like as a positive liberal tradition. The same idea he takes and develops it and says in a colonial country like India, that is not at all a possibility. Why it is not at all a possibility? Because the individual soul needs a kind of a liberty and a freedom. Similarly, a nation also needs its own liberty and freedom to help all its people to develop. As long as the nation is under a colonial British colony, then how can the people inside the Indian nation can develop? That is the idea. Okay. So the subject nation, he argued, becomes dependent, disorganized, and loses its power by atrophy. That is slowly and steadily thinning. Okay. The national independence therefore is absolutely necessary. What is the precondition in Aurobindo's thought is, for your own self-development is national independence. Okay. So for any person's self-development, for enjoy his own freedom, to soul to enjoy his freedom, he believed that national independence becomes the first and most independent criteria. Only that is the independent criteria. What is the dependent criteria? Your own enjoyment of freedom, all other freedoms that you have. That is the dependent criteria in Aurobindo's thought. Independent criteria is national freedom. Okay. So he argued that the way individual liberty essential for the individual development, national liberty similarly is required for the development of the nation. For Aurobindo, liberty was a necessity of national life and therefore worth striving for its own sake. So freedom for the sake of freedom. Okay. So he does not want to make freedom because British is not governing us for other reasons, nothing. He said freedom independent is extremely important. You have to understand how philosophically he comes. He is not trying to say that the British is not governing us properly, Indians are capable of governing us better than the British, so that we have to get freedom. All these things. He said freedom is a necessity condition of human existence. Okay. For the sake of freedom, you need freedom. It is an independent criteria. All the other criteria are dependent on freedom. Okay, all the other things are dependent on freedom, which is independent freedom. So you cannot argue from the other way around. You have to argue that initially for the individual to enjoy all the freedoms in life, he needs national independence. Okay, that is the most paramount thing. Secondly, it was also must for the intellectual, moral, industrial and political development of the nation. Colonialization does not stop with political enslavement but leads to economic, moral and cultural imprisonment too. Okay. Colonialism, he held, drains out the natural vitality and genius of a nation and reduces the colonized people into the race of imitators. So the logic is very, very simple. As how every individual is different, Aurobindo conceived every nation to be different from every other nation. So, as an Indian nation, we are different from the British nation. So, if the British nation is trying to control us through kind of colony that they established, so the soul of the Indian nation is lost. Okay. So, he tries to argue, since then you become a race of imitators. You cannot develop within the how the soul dictates you, because you do not have any independence. You understood? So, because you have been controlled by some other nation which has some other soul, they are different from you. So, they are trying to control you. So, the inner thing which is there in the Indian mind cannot develop. So, you are becoming an imitator. He held that just as no two men are alike, no two nations can be alike. Each one has a separate character and capacity. Okay, so everyone are different. The way every individual has his own distinct individuality, despite several aspects of physiological similarity, so is the case with nations. They all have their own individuality. Okay, so we are having a separate soul, we are having a separate individuality different from the British. So, they are controlling us, then you lose your individuality and you become just an imitator. And the way this distinctiveness in human beings remains due to freedom, similarly, the distinctiveness of nations can continue to sustain only when they are free and able to develop in consonance with their innate nature. So, every nation has its own innate nature. Okay, so you have to develop with its own innate nature. So, someone is controlling you, some colony is trying to control you, some metropolitan city is going to trying to control you as a colony, then you cannot develop from your innate nature. That is the very idea of, he argued, for exercise of actions and efforts determined by your own nature. Even a benevolent foreign rule which was what the moderate approach was aiming for initially, was therefore not worth it, because it is unnatural, as the foreign rule is bound to impose foreign values and systems, sometimes knowingly, sometimes unknowingly. Understood? So, how he is against, and what logic he is against the moderates? The moderates are trying to create a benevolent rule. They believe that British was good. They believe that, hope you all remember what we took. They believed that Britishers in essentially are good in their country, but here they are oppressing. So, they gave all the propaganda and delegation they sent so that the British public would be informed about the kind of atrocities the British authorities are doing in India. So, the most of the moderates, they believed once the British public comes to know about the atrocities that are happening in India, the atrocities will reduce. Slowly and steadily, Indians can also self-develop with the kind of democracy that is there in Britain. That is the very idea of the moderates. He was against almost everything. Okay, so what he says, the foreign rule is bound to impose foreign values and systems, sometimes knowingly, sometimes unknowingly. Aurobindo also rejected the civilizing theory propagated by the British and blindly accepted by the moderates. Even that he was against. The civilizing theory smacked of racial arrogance and contained the elements of religious exclusivism. Both the Christian missionary and the colonial state were hand in glove on this count. Aurobindo rejected this line of argument and condemned the moderates for misleading the nation. Okay. So, he thought that it is actually the work of the Christian missionary saying the Hindus are backward. So they wanted to propagate Christianity in India, and the similar thing was propagated with the Britishers, and Britishers said that we have come to civilize you because you don't know how to govern yourself. So all these things have been propagated by the Britishers in a sense to one thing, to take away our culture, spread Christianity from the other side so that we lose our own independent culture. Other thing, to colonize us. In other words, we lose our individuality as a nation also. So this is how, this was his line of argument. So he said the moderates were wrong and they are misleading the nation. Right. In short, he did not accept that British is giving reformation in India. So he is not accepting that British is giving reformation in India. He believed that British has come only for their self-interest. He believed that Indian culture is capable of carrying out and becoming a world religion. Sanatana Manava Dharma as a world religion. Okay, he believed that Indian culture, this is again shared by Vivekananda also. Like most of the Hindu cultural nationalists, they believe that the West has a lot to learn from the East, especially India. Okay, they are materialistically superior. That is what Vivekananda says in his famous Chicago speech. You are materialistically superior. You know how to make money, but spiritually we are superior. Okay, if you want to deal with the inner being that is there inside you, then you have to come to the East, not to the West. The West do not have answer to all the problems, but we have the answer to all the problems, said Vivekananda. Okay, the same thing is echoed by all cultural nationalists. He is also no exception. So he also says West is materially superior, but East, that we Indians are culturally superior. So we have the capacity to evolve into a Sanatana Manava Dharma, the complete Dharma for the total manhood of humankind everywhere. Okay, that is his belief. Freedom should not be envisaged because of British lack of ability to govern or people suffering under the British rule. Rather, freedom must be promoted as an end in itself. That's the most important thing, okay, in his philosophy of freedom. So he believes freedom is an end in itself. That is the most independent basic criteria above which all other individual freedom, choices and everything, remember, which is the most important criteria, national freedom. Once you do not get national freedom, then all the other things you cannot enjoy. That is his notion. So you cannot argue that we need national freedom to enjoy these things, because that is how other nationalists have argued. Other nationalists have argued that if to enjoy these things, we need national freedom. In the colonial economy or the colonial polity, we cannot do these things. So we need national freedom. That is the line of argument. But he actually tilted everything upside down. He does not want to argue for national freedom, saying that to need these we need national freedom. He said that is the independent thing, that is the most important thing. Without that nothing can happen. For the sake of independence, we need independence. With sake of independence, we need independence. Okay, that is the basic thing. Then above that, you can argue for any other thing. Okay, that is how he had tilted everything. Okay. Right, this is his concept of freedom. Any doubt in this? The concept of freedom that is developed by Aurobindo. Any doubt, online students? Very, very simple if you understand everything in a simple way. So I have not taken any jargons from the book. I have avoided most jargons in the PPT, in the sense that you try to write simply. Okay, sometimes the same thing could also be told extremely complicated way, so extremely philosophical way. I don't want to tell it that way. So it is very simple. What is freedom? Freedom for us, something like how Benjamin Franklin would have said about what is capitalism: making money for the sake of making money. Similarly, for him, freedom is creating freedom for the sake of creating freedom. Don't think about anything else. Think about freedom, freedom, freedom. That is the most important and the vital thing. And he says only if you have national freedom. The argument is mostly cultural. Mostly cultural. What is the argument? He says because our nation is different, that nation is different. We have a separate national soul, they have a separate national soul. So our national soul is different. So if someone is trying to suppress us, They are trying to give their culture, their values over us. Okay, so that is not the way it works. Independently, we have to develop from the inner being. So that is the logic of defending his concept of freedom. Okay, so that is the reason we say he is a cultural nationalist. Everything he believes that every nation has its own culture. Every nation has its own culture. Okay, so every independent nation with different cultures, different souls. Okay, so you cannot culminate two nations into one thing and say this is, for even a political body cannot exist that way. We are different, they are different. For us, we need independence, and for us, we have to develop our own culture. Okay, simple way of understanding, right? Passive revolution. Even though the word passive revolution does not come everywhere, only passive resistance comes. There are some thinkers who says his concept of passive resistance is passive revolution, so I have used the word passive revolution. In exam, if the question is extremely open, passive revolution, then you have a dilemma of writing two things. Okay, there are actually two things in our syllabus itself about passive revolution. One is Antonio Gramsci's passive revolution, which we already read. Okay, hope you all remember what is Antonio Gramsci's passive revolution. This is completely opposite to what he has said. And you also have Aurobindo's concept of passive revolution. Okay, good thing that we do not have Jayaprakash Narayan also in our syllabus. Then again his concept of revolution will also come into being. Then there are three concepts. But unfortunately, fortunately, we have only two people in our syllabus. One is Antonio Gramsci, another one is Sri Aurobindo. Both are written about passive revolution, but different from each other. So if the question is open, okay, then I would say you write Antonio Gramsci, okay, and you note Aurobindo, because not always the term passive revolution is used in Aurobindo's writings. It is only passive resistance. Only few times he has used passive revolution. So you write Antonio Gramsci for passive revolution, and finally you can note there is also another concept of passive revolution that is developed by Indian nationalist Sri Aurobindo, and you finish it off. If the question is open. If the question is closed, like discuss about Gramsci's passive revolution or Aurobindo's passive revolution, then simply you can write about their concept. Okay, because in our syllabus we have both. Okay, so what is Sri Aurobindo's concept of passive revolution or passive resistance? Nothing very big, different. Methods different, the emphasis differed by what all the Hindu nationalists and Indian nationalists did at that point of time, especially Mahatma Gandhi. We have already discussed about this. The concept of Antonio Gramsci's war of consent. Okay, the similar thing is nothing but this passive revolution of Aurobindo, where Aurobindo developed his own concept of passively resisting the British. Passively resisting the British. Before Aurobindo coming into being, we already have all this concept that is developed, especially by the moderates and especially by the extremists. Okay, the Swarajist movement was already going. Okay, Swadeshi was already going. Every foreign items was banned. Okay, new independent institutions was created using the Swadeshi movement. It is a reiteration of the same Swadeshi concept with his own culmination of cultural nationalism. That's it. Okay, so in other words, in passive resistance, he differentiated active resistance and passive resistance into two different things. Active resistance is where you take arms, directly you fight against the British. Passive resistance is where you fight against the cultural control of the British over the Indian minds. Simultaneously, you develop other Indian institutions to replace the British institutions. You want to replace the dependence of the Indian people over the British institutions. Whatever the institution is, he creates four institutions, we will see very soon, especially education, judiciary. He identifies this is where the Indians are dependent on the British education. Because nowadays we have understood that scientific education has controlled all of Europe, and every Indian now is understanding that scientific education is very, very important for our development. So what you do? you take your children to the British education schools. So Aurobindo understands it. So Aurobindo says, accepted. But you also create the same style of British education in an Indian setup. Okay, you do not create a Gurukulam system. Rather, you create the same British style of schools run by Indians. Judiciary. Another thing. What the Indians have not did is legalizing everything in the law form. Okay, I think all of you would have read this 12th standard modern Indian history book, latest edition. Did you read it? The first chapter, please read the very first chapter, the colonialization chapter. Okay, in that chapter they would have Indian history book, 12th standard NCERT book. Okay, in that chapter the authors would have beautifully said how when the British has come to India, they have legalized everything in names of paper. Before that, nothing happened in name of paper. We have not, the Indians do not have the habit of everything, writing and keeping everything and doing all the legal forms in writing. Everything is oral. If I have to say, okay, I will give you some 1,000 rupees in return of this after 1 month, we don't write it and keep. Even for our own house patta, we don't write it and keep. Everything is oral. Okay, because that is how the village panchayats worked, that is how the control worked, lot of control based on caste and other things. So everything was oral. But once Britishers came into, they legalized everything and they said everything has to happen only through written documents. The concept of documentation itself was very absent in the ancient India. Because we did not have the idea of, I won't say we don't have idea of documentation, we did not have the practice of documentation. Okay, everything took place without documentation in orally, and that particular chapter would have said how the money lenders and other people, the jamindars and the money lenders, other people who can read and write, misused this new law of Britishers and exploited our own Indians. And the particular chapter will argue, these are the people who exploited Indians more than the Britishers in a brief period. Because most of the Indian public were illiterate. They do not know to read and write, especially in certain, if the official language, most of the official language is Persian, the Mughal times, and certain Britishers have brought English as the official language, they cannot read and write English also. So technically, since they cannot read and write, the documentation was done by only few people, where they forged a lot of documents and exploited Indians. Who did? Our own Indians. The person who was read, the jamindars, the money lenders. Okay, because if you go to a British court, there is a money lender, he will ask for a document. The British court will ask for a document. Indians do not have any habit of getting any documentation even in case of money lending. Everything is only oral. Okay, so we do not know, so this was used by the money lenders to exploit us. Okay, so that was how the scenario was. So everyone slowly and steadily started to shift towards or dependent upon British judiciary system that was based on documentation, that was more legal, more logical, staying away from our own Indian legal system. So Aurobindo took note of it and said, let us also develop the similar kind of more legalized, rational, documentation based legal system in India. So what will happen? Technically, slowly and steadily, the Indian public will become less dependent on British institutions, British judiciary system, and they will start to become more dependent on Indian judiciary system. Now they are not depending on Indian judiciary system because it is not happening in a legal way, in a documented way, like how the British is doing. So Aurobindo identified the lacunas in Indian system and said, let's do it in a more Indian way, let's adopt some good things from the British system if it is there. Okay, but we have to do it more in an Indian way. Adapting good things from other culture he is not against. Okay, let's take some good things, but let's do it in the Indian way. So let's do it in such a way that the people become more dependent on the Indian institutions simultaneously. Okay, simultaneously. At the same time, we also create some kind of antagonism. A similar concept of consent, war on consent. Okay, the war of position which we discussed in Antonio Gramsci. Okay, a similar thing, right? And what is the passive resistance all about? We will see one by one. Right. So Aurobindo was very clear that the emancipation of the nation was not so easy. The path to Swaraj, he wrote, everywhere in the world has been full of sharp rocks and thick brambles. Those who wish for it must have faith and conviction in cause and methods apart from capacity to bear sufferings. They should possess the quality of endurance and sacrifice. For emancipation of the Indian nation from the British colonialism, he advocated for starting first the organized national passive resistance rather than organized active resistance. Okay, we will see the active resistance in the last. Okay, how at what situation he says active resistance is must. Okay, that we will see later. Which could involve assassinations, riot strikes, agrarian rising, which active resistance. Okay, so he said which is the first thing we have to follow? Yeah, organized passive resistance. It is not the active resistance. Why? You will say. Aurobindo knew it very well that it was almost impossible to oust the British militarily given their relative military might. Okay. Moreover, the colonial government could find it easier to suppress such revolts and therefore chances of their success were less. How he got this idea is in the Alipur case, just now we saw the history of Aurobindo. He was immediately put inside bars. Okay, so now you understood that is not easy. The kind of the judicial, the police system that the Britishers have developed, it is not easy to escape them. Then how to develop? So that is how he developed his notion of passive resistance. The story of 1857 uprising was before him. Therefore, as the first step towards freedom, he advocated the course of passive resistance, a technique of resisting the government by gradually making it irrelevant for the people. What is the definition of passive resistance? Resisting the government by making it gradually irrelevant for the people. Okay. By passive resistance, he meant organized defensive resistance to the alien rule by reducing the dependency of nation on foreign bureaucracy. It involved two things. First, constructive activities like creating institutions of need parallel to the government, such as the opening of schools, local community courts, etc. Okay, so you have to start a lot of constructive activities. Secondly, opposition to foreign schools and foreign courts. Okay. Nothing new. Already all these things other nationalists have said. It is not that he has completely created completely new. Gandhi also we can see a lot of parallel. Other nationalists also we can see a lot of parallel. But only thing is he has established it into a complete doctrine. Okay. Infusing his own notion of cultural nationalism. That's it. Both had to go simultaneously. Thus, passive resistance did not mean only institution of Swadeshi, not just institution of Swadeshi, but resistance of Videshi at the same time, without which the entire purpose behind creating Swadeshi would be defeated. Okay. So, both has to be done at the same time. Thus, self-help and boycott, two complementing strategies, constituted operating methods of passive resistance. Self-help and boycott, two complementing strategies. While boycott aimed at non-cooperation with the non-acquiescence and non-acquiescence to the colonial setup, self-help was directed towards providing alternative to the existing ones. Okay, so one side you are not cooperating, other side you are creating your own alternative. Thus, boycott of the industry or foreign goods in itself was not enough. It has to be supplanted by Swadeshi industry that is expansion of indigenous industries. Okay, so Aurobindo identify four major priority areas in this respect. So what are the four major priority areas? Economy, education, judicial system and executive administration. So he thought these are the areas where the Indians are extremely dependent on the British. One is economy. Okay, Indian economy now has been extremely dependent on the notion of market, the kind of industries that the Britishers have developed. Okay, we were predominantly an agrarian economy and we did have industries, but those industries are handicraft industries. And most of the time the industries served the interest of the ruling class, only the ruling class. We all know that. Okay, why the handicraft industry flourished? Because there were many nobles in every city and the Mughals and all the other people, they were there and they used to enjoy a lot of luxuries, and for those luxuries we had a lot of small handicraft industries. Okay, but otherwise we did not have any big industrial development in India before the advent of British. Everyone have to accept. Only Europe gave the world the industrial development because of its own industrial revolution. Right. So we are dependent on the British style of economy, one thing. So you have to also develop the same thing yourself so that the independence comes. Next one is education. Similarly, we are dependent on the British education system for various other reasons. So take some good things, develop our own education system, judicial system, as I already told you, and executive administration based on documentation, the bureaucracy that they have developed. Okay, the Britishers have developed. Okay. This is where the Indian public are dependent upon. This is where they are dependent. Okay, so reduce the dependence. The selection of these four core areas was important as these four constitute the backbone of any colonial administration. These are the backbone: economy, education, judiciary and bureaucracy. Okay. If Swadeshi was essential to stop the draining out of the native capital, indigenous schools were important to end the production of non-patriotic individuals getting tutored by schools controlled by the government. Okay. So this British education system controlled by the government will not create patriotic individuals. So if our own Indian system, then we can create patriotic individuals. That is one idea. So that is another thing. Okay. So another thing is Swadeshi was essentially to stop the draining out of the native capital. So our own capital drains to the British. So our money is being converted as a capital and investment to the British indigenous investor, capitalist. Okay, so that we have to stop. So this Swadeshi will stop that, one thing, and this indigenous schools will create more patriotic people. Okay. Quite naturally, he suggested for developing alternative in these areas. He said, if we decline to enter alien court of justice, we must have arbitration courts of our own to settle our disputes and differences. Okay. Initially we had based on panchayats, village panchayats. Now everything is being taken away by the British. The total our system, you know, historically, you know, the Kaval system that India had. Okay, these warring tribes. Okay, why these? What is this act? DNC, denotified communities. The very logic of denotified communities. I hope all of you know the history. The denotified communities. Why they have been denotified is because before Britishers coming to India, across India there was something called as a policing communities. There are certain communities called as policing communities. What that community will do is, the community will not own any land as such. They will not own any land as such, but they will give a service of policing of land and other things to the people, the landowners. Okay, these are called as policing communities. Every area from the top to bottom, the India caste system, in every village there will be a policing community. Okay. They will not own any land. They are some kind of a caste police, they can say. Once the Britishers came, first Britishers broke that institution. They said, why you want to create a community and their policing? Not required. We will give our own police system So you should not use the services of those communities in your villages. So technically, slowly and steadily, since the prestige and the power of those communities are lost, automatically there is a revolt, and Britishers in retaliation notified those communities as criminal tribes. Okay, those people are not typically criminal tribes. They are not typically criminal tribes. They actually did the historical policing function for all over India. Okay, they have been notified as criminal tribes because Britishers said you don't want any your own policing caste as such, because we have our own police system, so we will remove your powers, the powers of policing. That is where the problem comes. Okay, so some communities have been notified as criminal tribes all over India, and finally after India became independence, they are called as denotified communities, DNC. Okay, this is how Britishers did systematically. They broke all our systems. So nationalists wanted to develop our own bureaucratic system also based on Britishers' line. Okay, initial bureaucratic system was based on caste lines. So we had a policing community based on caste. Now we are completely coming out of this caste based varnashrama dharma based system. So let's also develop our own bureaucratic system based on modern scientific lines. Right. So if we do not send our boys to school owned or controlled by the government, we must have schools of our own in which they must receive and through a national education. We do not go to the protection to the executive. We must have a system of self-protection and mutual protection of our own. Okay, don't misunderstand all these things, not based on old India methods, based on caste. He has not said that way. It's a combination of scientific lines only. Okay, we cannot say that Aurobindo wanted India to go back to the earlier system of bureaucracy, earlier system of caste policing. Aurobindo never said that. Aurobindo said you have to develop your own system of bureaucracy, your own system of education. Okay, not necessarily the Gurukulam system, not necessarily the old based caste based Varna based system, nothing like that. Okay, right. The idea of passive resistance also included the refusal of payment of taxes to the government, but considered it the strongest and final form of passive resistance. Okay, he therefore did not recommend this for India in the first stage of struggle. Okay, so inside passive resistance is the different stages. Okay, nevertheless, legality was neither the core of passive resistance nor an essential condition. Okay, so this is very, very important to understand his notion of passive resistance. Not always you have to follow the legal means. I strongly advocated the breaking of laws if they were unjust and oppressive, as was the case with the sedition laws and laws related to racial enmity. This is where he stands a little bit different from Mahatma Gandhi. Okay, a little bit different from Mahatma Gandhi. According to Mahatma Gandhi, you cannot at any point of time go against the notion of satyagraha, non-violence, the satya, you cannot go against it. Okay, because he believed that this is a force that is coming from his own inner self, that is the truth. Okay, so at any point of time you cannot go against that in the Gandhian thought. Okay, but in the thought of Sri Aurobindo, sometimes if it is mandated, the law is extremely oppressive, not necessarily you have to follow laws always. You can break the law. See how he justifies. In fact, opposition of such laws for him constituted the duty of the practitioner of the passive resistance, and the latter should be ready to bear the brunt of the government because the latter would like to suppress it at every cost. Okay, so let us see how he was different from Mahatma Gandhi. To understand Aurobindo in totality, you have to understand how little bit he was different from Mahatma Gandhi's concept of non-violence and satyagraha. Okay, reliance from the force of truth. Already we have seen extensively about Satyagraha. Anyway, we will see again now. Okay, for Aurobindo, there was a narrow line between active resistance and passive resistance. There is a very narrow line between active resistance and passive resistance. The passive resistance was acceptable to him only to the extent the bureaucracy too resorted to legal procedures. Otherwise, the practitioner of passive resistance was duty bound to apply violent techniques. Okay, so you need not follow non-violence always, like how Gandhi has said. Okay, that means if the bureaucracy was engaged in brutal suppression of the movements through illegal means, then non-retaliation on part of the passive resistors would be cowardice. This part was not accepted by Mahatma Gandhi. Mahatma Gandhi has said, who is more powerful? The person who gets the beating, because this needs more courage than hitting back, said Mahatma Gandhi. So Mahatma Gandhi was against hitting back. He said this is the most courageous act, to stand in front of the person who is trying to kill you. It is more courageous than hitting them back. But he said it's a kind of a cowardice. Okay, you cannot do it. So here he made an essential departure from Gandhi, who advocated that one should maintain non-violence in all forms and in all conditions. Contrary to Gandhi, he argued that submission to illegal and violent methods of coercion is an act of cowardice, as it not only undermines the divinity within oneself, the divinity of your soul, the divinity within oneself, but also of the motherland. He believed the divinity of the motherland, okay, which must be protected. Okay, just now we already saw that every nation has a soul, every nation is its own divinity. So that will be not considered like. He said, if the instrument of executive choose to dispense our meetings by breaking the heads of those present, the right of self-defense entitles us not merely to protect our heads, but to retaliate on those of the head breakers. Okay, this is how he differs. Any doubt in the concept of passive resistance? Only in the last phase is different from others, especially Mahatma Gandhi. We already saw everything in the constitutionalism. We already discussed about the war of position. All these things we already discussed. Okay, so I am not going to say something new here. The only thing he differs is the last part, where we have to do all this passive resistance, create our own indigenous economy, we create our own indigenous education institutions, bureaucratic institutions, judicial institutions, supplanting our Swadeshi movement, okay, boycotting movement. Supplanting our boycotting movement we have to do. But till what time? If the Britishers is also following the law of the land concerned, then you need not break the law. You follow the law, you follow only the legal means in your passive resistance. But the Britishers is not ready to follow the law of the land which they have created, then there is no logic in you following the legal means in showing your passive resistance. In those scenario, you need not follow the legal means, you can break the law. He said, in those scenario, when someone is trying to suppress you and oppress you, then it is part of your cowardice. Because when the individual soul is lost, your divinity of the motherland is also lost when you behave cowardly. So don't do that. Then at that point of time, break the law and show your resistance. This is the thin line of passive versus active resistance. So the passive resistance becomes an active resistance in that very thin line. When the oppressor is also not following the law, then you have the liberty to take active resistance in your hand. Okay, little bit different from Antonio Gramsci, where he said that I wait for the moment after breaking everything, then you take war of maneuvering comes into being. Okay, but here the war of maneuvering do not come on that stage. The before stage itself will come, where when the oppressor takes illegal means to control you, then immediately the war of maneuvering starts in the Aurobindo's idea. Okay, just to compare. I hope it will be easy for you to, when you compare and read. Okay, any doubt in this? Any doubt? Okay, we will proceed with the, oh sorry, already I am there. The next, the last important big concept of Sri Aurobindo, cultural nationalism. As we have already seen, as I already told you, he comes from that brand of Hindu nationalists who believed that Indians or Hindus are extremely capable of creating a spiritual awakening not only in India but across the world. Okay. So we can create or give a spiritual awakening to the whole world, which they believed the world is lacking. The world is lacking, especially the West and the whole world is lacking of listening to their own inner self, the spirituality inside everyone. So the world is lacking in that particular zone. So we can be a world leaders in creating that spiritual awakening. This is something that is shared by all cultural nationalists, Swami Vivekananda, Sri Aurobindo Ghosh, everyone shared this opinion, no different. Okay. He made it a point that the world needed an Indian freedom as much as India needed for itself. So he said, world needs India's freedom. Okay. For him, the civilizational growth of the West was not the guarantee of the human misery because of their materialistic orientation. Okay. Guarantee of the human misery. So, guarantee to solve the human misery, I would say this way, because of their material orientation. Therefore, he applauded the material growth of the West but found it spiritually deprived and felt that it badly needed spiritual guidance. Okay, so the West badly needs a spiritual guidance. Materially, they were everything, but spiritually, they were nothing. Okay. Like Vivekananda and Gandhi, Aurobindo too was a vehement critic of Western civilization, which he found deficient in spirituality and too engaged with material pursuit. The West are extremely engaged with the material pursuit, not in the spiritual pursuit. The West, he considered, were for immediate and practical gains. So the West wanted immediate and practical gains. They would not lead to great ideals or goals. Okay, so the West will not lead to great ideals or goals. The function of India, he held, was not simply creating material wealth, but spreading a perennial source of light of spirituality and Vedantic wisdom to the world, which it couldn't do by implanting Western or foreign institutions or being part of foreign civilization, but by returning to her eternal self, which was rooted in spiritualism. It was essential to preserve its individuality and splendor, greatness and wisdom. Imitation would spoil the native genius, which naturally turned to spiritualism. All these things we already saw. So, we cannot be an imitator, we have to live according to our own native genius. He said that India did not need any political revolution, but spiritual revolution as well. As for this, what was needed was to retrieve its spiritual majesty by recovering the patrimony of forefathers, Aryan thought, Aryan discipline, Aryan character and Aryan life, and by recovering the Gita, Vedanta and the Yoga. This is where he developed his own integral yoga, okay, that I have not kept in syllabus. Okay. So, that is how he said, so we have to go back to the Vedas, okay. How the real character of Vedas, all reformer movement, the Shuddhi movement, or all the reformer movement, the Arya Samaj, the Brahma Samaj, okay, everyone speak about that particular part of Vedas, mentioning sometimes without mentioning sometimes. For example, Brahma Samaj will not mention that very concept. But the very particular aspect of Vedas, which believed in one God, Brahman, that is encapsulating everything without any particular social exclusion or untouchability practiced among the Varna system. Okay. They needed to be retrieved not only in sentiments and intellect but practically in life. He wished to orient the entire national life from society to politics, science to literature to individual character along the tenets of Sanatana Dharma. This is where many cultural nationalists were being criticized by Ambedkar, because the very concept of Sanatana Dharma by which they define and how it is understood is different. We will see that in Mahatma Gandhi very soon. Right. Aurobindo was a great advocate of the Sanatana Dharma and considered this alone to be worthy of being a world religion. Okay. He went on to say, the Sanatana Dharma or Hinduism is not a dogma. It is a law of life discovered and observed into life after continuous testing and experimenting. Okay. It alone can be the basis of world religion because it accepts all forms of religion from theism to Christianity, from Buddhism to Mohammedanism, yet it is none of these. So, in Sanatana Dharma, all religions could be practiced. Inside Sanatana Dharma, all people of all religions could be accommodated. That is what Sanatana Dharma according to him. That is where you see every individual thinker gave their own definition of Sanatana Dharma. Right? It alone combines science and faith. When Aurobindo talked about cultural and religious emancipation of the nation, he chose to focus on Hindu religion and Hindu India because for him, Hinduism, despite several distortions coming into the course of time, constituted the soul of India. Okay, so every time he only stands in the Hindu nationalist fold. Like Vivekananda, when he talked of the Indian culture, he talked the language of Hinduism as all that he referred to depict the Indian culture where the Hindu components, be it the Shastras, texts or spiritual domain. Okay. Unfortunately, Christian and Muslim components did not constitute the parts of his articulation of Indian culture. Okay. To quote him, when it is therefore said that India shall rise, it is Sanatana Dharma that shall rise. When it is said that India shall be great, it is a Sanatana Dharma that shall be great. When it is said that India shall extend itself, it is a Sanatana Dharma that shall expand and extend itself all over the world. This is a criticism of Aurobindo. Even though in the earlier phrase we read that for Aurobindo, Sanatana Dharma included Christians and Muslims and everyone inside it. But there are also many criticizers who say that by using the word Sanatana Dharma, and unfortunately is not including the Christians and Muslims, because that is how it has been understood in common language. When you say the Sanatana Dharma rises, then technically you are excluding the Christians and Muslims. Even though in your own definition of Sanatana Dharma, Christians and Muslims are inside it. See, for example, RSS. Everyone would criticize RSS. That RSS, to become a member of RSS, you have to be a Hindu. Correct? Everyone will criticize RSS. Only Hindu can be a member of RSS. But if you go to the website of RSS, 100% that is the very first link. But what is the second link? The first line says only Hindus can be the member of RSS. What is the second link? The second line says you can be a Christian by birth, you can be a Muslim by birth, but if you accept certain Hindu way of life, that is all religions are equal, then you are also considered as a Hindu. That is there is a second link. So technically RSS do not bark a Christian or Muslim to joining a RSS fold. You can accept you can go and attend a Shaka, a RSS Shaka. Okay. But you have to understand that there are different religions, different dharma in this world. You cannot exclusively say only this God exists. That is the only condition to being a Hindu, as given by RSS. You can worship any God, but you have to understand that other gods also exist. You cannot exclusively say only my God is the God. That is the condition that is put forth by RSS in his website. You understood? But technically, Even though there is a second line, how it is understood all over? It is understood that RSS is a Hindu party. That is also relatively true. The kind of policies they do, predominantly RSS belong to Hindu and RSS belong to especially the upper caste Hindu. No doubt in it. Okay, no doubt in it. The kind of policies they take, right? Similarly, I'm just trying to bring a parallel. Even though he uses the word Sanatana Dharma and tries to say Sanatana Dharma includes Christianity, Islam, everything, but technically the kind of emphasis that he is giving, the Sanatana Dharma only caters to the Hindus and especially to that uppermost classes of Hindus. That has been understood. Okay. There is a criticism of Aurobindo also. Okay. This criticism Mahatma Gandhi also faces. So that we will see very soon. Right. Any doubt in this Aurobindo? Any doubt till now, guys? We have 1 hour left. I did not expect that we will finish so soon, so I will jump into Gandhism today. Of course, without PPT, no problem. We can go into Gandhism. But till now, any doubt? Online students also? Any doubt? Online? Yes. It's not for us. Okay. Right. Any doubt in all the philosophies that we have read today? Buddhism, ideas of Buddhist political thought, so said Ahmad Khan or Sri Aurobindo. If it is not there, then we will jump into Mahatma Gandhi. Already we have discussed extensively about Mahatma Gandhi's thought when we discussed the constitutionalism, the strategies of constitutionalism, the satyagraha, the non-violence, okay, and the 2 steps, one was non-cooperation movement, the other step civil disobedience movement, everything we have extensively read Mahatma Gandhi. So those aspects which we have already read, I will not deal it again because it is a repetitive waste of time, because already we have the PPT for that. So that is of no use. But other things we will discuss now, because Gandhi is a very big thinker. Lot of ideas of Gandhi is there. So it is not easy to finish Gandhi easily. So let's restrict only to those things which you have not discussed before, but I will definitely give an introduction so that you get a continuity. Okay, that I will definitely do, but I will not go much deeper into all those things we have already taken. Okay, so into the every aspect of Satyagraha, which things I don't want to go inside. Right, Mahatma Gandhi. I think I also gave the same introduction when I took Mahatma Gandhi the very first, when we discussed constitutionalism. Gandhi needed India and India needed Gandhi. Okay, this phrase I always believe in. Gandhi needed India and India needed Gandhi. Why Gandhi needed India is because we know why India needed Gandhi. Because we want independence, and Gandhi devised some beautiful, simple techniques which affected a common man, at the same time also shook the control of the British. The Britishers themselves did not thought. When Gandhi took salt satyagraha as a potent tool, we have a lot of evidence that the Britishers laughed at Mahatma Gandhi and said that how can salt be such a big issue? When many other people were fighting for Swadeshi, all the other things, language, this, that, Gandhi understood all these things matters only to the top level people in the cities. But what matters a very common man also, salt. Okay, very small issue. You think it's a very small issue, but it is affecting millions of life. So once you take salt as an issue and fight it, then all common men from all villages, whether it's the peasant or agriculture labor, women, anyone, destitute, all will come and stand with you. Why all will come and stand with you? Because for the Britishers it might be a very small issue, but that person, salt is a bigger issue. So that was the creative genius in Mahatma Gandhi. He exactly knew what India wanted, what is the exact problem of India where the other people did not know before them. We also discussed about how Mahatma Gandhi was a creation of a media. Okay, creation of a media. Why Mahatma Gandhi became the creation of the media is the methods he took. Methods he took. He lived like a common saint. We are all Indians are already aware of. We are very used to it. A saint like a person who wears nothing. Okay, wears very minimal dress and does not speak about property. He is extremely philosophical and he wants to live with the people like any other common man. Our Western educated leaders at that point of time was drastically different from Gandhi. Otherwise, we can say this way: Gandhi was drastically different from all the other leaders of the time. All the other leaders preferred to wear the Western dress. The Western dress, the coat suits, prefer to speak in English. They are very proud of speaking English, very proud of writing in English. Mahatma Gandhi can do both. That's the greatness of Gandhi. His English writings is excellent. The articulation of English is superb. At the same time, his Hindi is also good. Gujarati, I hear that is very good. Mahatma Gandhi has a knack of writing in both Indian languages as well as English language, a foreign language. The others could not do. Okay. So this is how Mahatma Gandhi, I would rather say, is a creation of media, where the media like to write a lot of Mahatma Gandhi because people loved to read about Mahatma Gandhi, what Gandhi did. There is a dialectical relationship. He used media, the conditions of media, to a beautiful extent that he brought every Indian from the cities to the villages to the national struggle, to defend the nation, which the other leaders could not do. Mahatma Gandhi did it beautifully. So we can easily say that India needed Gandhi, but why Gandhi needed India? You know, if you read about where there's a lot of criticism of Mahatma Gandhi, why there's a lot of criticism of Mahatma Gandhi? Many ways, see, the biggest comedy I would say is, even the RSS is saying Gandhi has this the historical mistake, one side. Even the Ambedkarists, supposedly they are also saying that Gandhi did a historical mistake. Technically they are opposite paradigm. So where is Gandhi? Why RSS is saying Gandhi is a did a historical mistake? Why? What is the very way by which RSS is accusing Gandhi? Simple. According to RSS, the land now that is inherited by Pakistan belongs to Hindus. Okay, which has been highly eulogized in the Vedas. The 7 rivers, highly eulogized by the Vedas. So this region, supposed to be highly eulogized by Vedas, is now with the Pakistanis and Muslims. That is their problem, RSS problem. So Gandhi is the person who was responsible for India-Pakistan partition. If Gandhi would have thought, this is RSS argument, if Gandhi would have thought, he would have definitely stopped the India-Pakistan partition, but Gandhi did not. So Gandhi allowed a Muslim nation to take the Hindu land with them. That is their argument. But technically, even if it's a Hindu land, when it was a Hindu land? 3,000, 4,000 years ago. Now it is occupied by Muslims, technically. So partitioning Pakistan is correct logically, but for an RSS mind, that is a Hindu land. So they are against Gandhi. The same Ambedkar are also against Gandhi. Why? They say Mahatma Gandhi is the person whose proponent was a founder of or staunch supporter of Varnashrama Sanatana Dharma. Okay. Gandhi always used to use words like Ram Rajya. Okay. Very, very normally, he is a person who supported Varnashrama Dharma till his death. Okay. There were very, very earlier writings where Mahatma Gandhi even supported the caste hierarchy. There are a lot of arguments comes between Ambedkar and Mahatma Gandhi. Ambedkar writes a lot in his own book Nayak and other things, Muk Nayak and other things, where he writes about Gandhi's and his policies. And Gandhi writes in his own Young India, Harijan, about his understanding of caste and Varnashrama system. Okay. We will see one by one very soon how the kind of Swaraj that Gandhi wanted to develop. Okay. Gandhi had his own logic. We cannot say completely illogical, but the way by which he supported caste system initially. Slowly and steadily, Gandhi changed his position. Gandhi changed his position, and in the final years of his death, Gandhi changed his position and says that caste is anachronistic in nature. Caste is dangerous. Okay, so the same Gandhi who supported the caste system in 1920s and 1930s, in 1940s is against the caste system. He is not supporting caste system, but he believed in Varna system. Okay, so in his last few writings, Gandhi says the Varnashrama Dharma, the Sanatana Varnashrama Dharma is a gift of India to the world. The gift of India to the world. Okay, you cannot discount on the gift. So we have to follow the Varna system that is good for everyone to follow. But whether Gandhi accepted the Varna system based on birth or based on capacity, that is not 100%. There is a lot of debate between the historians and the Gandhians. What is the Varna system finally Gandhi accepted? So technically what we have understand is, the way by which Gandhi is understood is, Gandhi has been understood as, Gandhi is being understood as a Hindu leader. He is being understood as a Hindu leader. Okay, the way by which he has used the words like Ram, Rajya and other things, he was understood as a Hindu. That is the reason Ambedkar and his followers are against Mahatma Gandhi. They are against Mahatma Gandhi. Okay, because he wanted to uphold the Varnashrama system, the already existing system which was oppressing us for centuries. So one side RSS, supposed to be a Hindu organization, is also a Mahatma Gandhi, saying that you are anti-Hindu, and other organization says that Mahatma Gandhi is a Hindu, so they are against Mahatma. So Mahatma Gandhi is a person who is loved by everyone, highly criticized by everyone. Okay, highly criticized by everyone. Partly because of his philosophical writings, which gives different meaning at different points of time. And Gandhi himself has said, to be very, very fair to Mahatma Gandhi, Gandhi himself has said that if any one of you reading my writings understands that I have been contradictory, okay, I have been contradictory, I accept that mistake. But you have to understand that I have evolved. I am a person who is changing. I have evolved. So I believe a person who is constant is a no man. A person must change with changing times. So what I have said at the last point, last minute of my life, you have to consider that as my understanding of what is life is. So you have to forget whatever the things I have said earlier, because I have evolved. I want my public, my people also to evolve, said Mahatma. So Mahatma Gandhi understood that a lot of his writing is contradictory to what he has said in earlier times. But he has accepted that every human being evolves. What is the use of a human being which is extremely concrete? Extremely concrete, I won't change. Man has to change. So he said, I am changing. Okay, in spite of all these things, Gandhi has been extremely criticized, even though I have already seen he is the father of our nation. Without Gandhi, I don't think so India would have been one country as such. So Gandhi has been criticized from all fronts. Okay, so what are the basic ideas of Mahatma Gandhi? Many basic ideas. All these things we have discussed, many things we have discussed. Those things I will not go into. 1 minute. First and most important thing that would be tested is the concept of Satyagraha. Always remember this. When it is Mahatma Gandhi, what would be tested is the concept of Satyagraha. Because he is the only person who developed the concept of Satyagraha to an extent that even Britishers admired it. Even the Britishers admired it. Nothing different from what the passive resistance that we have seen, but he said how you have to rely on the force of truth, and how Aurobindo Ghosh has said this passive resistance sometimes becomes cowardice, but he argued against it, said never it is a cowardice. You need more courage. Before standing before the person who is coming with an arm to attack you, he is coming with a weapon to attack you, then technically he needs more courage. So Satyagraha is a reliance from the force of truth, Satya, truth. Reliance from the force of truth, the inner being, the soul inside you. That is most important thing. We have discussed it extensively, so I don't want to go in detail into it. So Mahatma Gandhi has already told, as you already discussed, what are the two branches of the trees of Satyagraha. Two branches. Okay. So we already discussed the non-violence, basis the trunk, non-cooperation, civil disobedience. Okay. So it is a logical step. Non-cooperation as the first step, civil disobedience as the second step. A logical step. All these things we already seen. Okay. So the first step of resistance, you should not cooperate with the oppressor. You should not cooperate. You need not disobey. You do not cooperate. Whatever the rules they are saying, don't cooperate. So the non-cooperation movement, what the people did, they gave away all the titles the British has given. The South title, other title, all the things they gave away. Okay. They said we are not going to cooperate in any of the British institutions. So any of the British institutions that are being created, I am not going to oppose this British institution. I am not going to cooperate with you. This is a non-cooperation movement. This is the logical first step. Then the next step would be civil disobedience, where I am going to systematically, in an organized way, going to disobey the law that you have created. Salt Satyagraha, which we have seen. Okay. So the government has said the common man cannot take salt. The salt would be taken only with a licensed government. Then technically, common man should not take law. Then take salt. So he went. He took salt. Dandi March. Okay. So he broke the law. He broke the law. So salt law that was put. Civil disobedience movement. We already read how Mahatma Gandhi justified it. The example of father and a son. Okay. So Mahatma Gandhi believed civil disobedience is integral part of everyone's soul cleansing. Soul cleansing. Okay. Sometimes you have to disobey to cleanse your own soul. For the purified soul, you have to disobey. Sometimes you have to do it. Okay, that is how Mahatma Gandhi justifies the civil disobedience. So these are very much part of Gandhi's thinking, integral part of Gandhi's thinking. Satya, truth, non-violence. That you cannot find anyone in this world who have taken the non-violence to the extent that Mahatma Gandhi has taken. He has taken non-violence to the greatest extent. The greatest extent. In every aspect of life, Mahatma Gandhi prescribed non-violence. And he lived to that words. Right. So, other important concepts of Mahatma Gandhi is, we will see inside Swaraj. Already we discussed a little bit of the Swaraj, but anyway, when I come back to Swaraj, I also discussed about the other factors that Mahatma Gandhi discussed in detail. Before going to the concept of Swaraj that is developed by Mahatma Gandhi, we will read about politics and religion. This is something that was extremely contemporary at that point of time, and again we have discussed this before. Okay. How Mahatma Gandhi wanted to see the relationship between politics and religion. Okay. So Mahatma Gandhi was not like any other Western thinker who believed that politics and religion should be separate from each other. Okay. He believed that no, why should a politics and religion should be separate from each other? First of all, tell me what is a religion is. That's the question that Mahatma Gandhi asked. What is religion? Religion for you might be a religious text. For you it might be a God, a Ram or a Rahim that comes in the face of you immediately when I say religion. But what I understand by religion is a way of life. That is how the Indians have always understood religion. We do not have the concept of religion, says Mahatma. We only have the concept of duty, dharma. Duty. What is your duty? What is your dharma? What is your way of life? Mahatma Gandhi says, I always believe whatever tradition, whatever dharma that we are following, all dharma only speak truth. What is required for their people, what is required for the best life, what is required for the awakening of the soul, that they speak. They speak only truth. So, Mahatma Gandhi argues on the other side. So, you are arguing for the separation of religion from politics. That is the reason Gandhi accuses that the politics has become the tool of the corrupt today. Why the politics have become the tool of the corrupt? Why only corrupt politicians are there in politics? Because you have separated politics from the religion, because religion speaks truth. It advocates truth, and you do not follow the religion in politics, then automatically the politics will not be following truth. Truthless politics. Mahatma Gandhi said, only those people who do not understand what is religion will be against infusion of politics and religion. The people who understand what is religion will not be against the infusion of politics and religion. For me, it is the thing that underlies all religion that is truth. So I want truth to be very much part of politics, conscience to be very much part of politics. You understood? Conscience to be very much part of politics. This is where his idea of end versus means comes. Okay. End versus means comes. Right. Mahatma Gandhi always believed, even if it is the greatest political goal, greatest political ideal you are fighting for, the means also matters. The methods by which you fight for the greatest political ideal also matters. Even though I support truth, and you can say that at the end I will realize the truth, I will realize all the greatness to all the people, all the constituents, but the means by that will follow. The argument that is given by Gandhi and Gandhians are very simple. Okay, you are a person with greater conscience, I accept it. You are following the wrong means to reach a correct end, the rightful end, the righteous end, the dharma, the end of the dharma. But what if the same method is being used by a unrighteous person, your follower, the person who is not righteous enough, the person who do not have dharma in him, the person who is not conscientious, does not have a conscience, that person follows the same method that you have developed, the method of killing people, the method of terrorist activities, method of bombing others. You might have a greatest political end at the end of the day, greatest political end. You will be fighting for your community, the oppressed community, the nation you want to create, the independence you want to create. But the means matters. Mahatma Gandhi concept of violence, non-violence, everything. Why he says this? Because if you are following the same means, the non-violent means for the great end, it is not a guarantee that your followers also use the same means for the same end. Okay, they might take the means and they will use for a unrealizable selfish ends. That is what we are seeing today. That's what we are seeing today. The contemporary relevance of Mahatma Gandhi's concept of means versus end, or the concept of meaning of politics and religion, that is what we are seeing today. Okay, the contemporary relevance. So, the great method that has been devised by many thinkers, for example, communism. Okay. Even though violence was not intended by Karl Marx, that is how it has been understood today. If you are a communist, immediately what you have to do? You have to take arms in your hand and you have to be against the state and state structure. And we have history of communists, we have in India history of communists killing government. Even now the Naxal movement comes with a very idea of creating a greatest ideal, greatest political goal. I am going to help the oppressed. Everything is fine, but the means. You understood? So this is where contemporary relevance of Gandhi. Same politics and religion. Okay. Gandhi advocated the support of truth in politics. He believed that the infusion of religious tenets inside politics will actually create politics with more conscience, will purify politics. But practically it is not possible, even we know. But that is how philosophically he painted what is religion and politics. Right. So these are other important concepts with respect to Mahatma Gandhi's understanding of how world should be. Now we will go into the most important notion of Mahatma Gandhi, that is his concept of Swaraj. This concept of Swaraj that Mahatma Gandhi has developed is much bigger. It has a lot of inner plans and techniques inside it. Even though Mahatma Gandhi himself has not said everything about it, but this is the Gandhians in later era has written, okay, this is the complete concept of Swaraj of Mahatma Gandhi. We will see one by one what are the basic tenets. Question will come from everywhere. Okay, they might ask you what is a classless society. They might ask you what is a bread labor. Or they might ask you what is an enlightened anarchy. Everything comes inside the concept of Swaraj. But I will take one by one. Question can come anyway. Okay. First thing we have to understand is, to develop or understand the concept of Swaraj that is developed by Mahatma Gandhi in totality, you have to understand how Mahatma Gandhi understood state. That is very, 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 very important. The conceptual understanding of state by Mahatma. We have different perspectives of state. We already read many perspectives of state, isn't it? Liberal perspective of state, neoliberal perspectives of state, post-colonial view of state. What is a Gandhian view of state? What is the Gandhian view of state? Once we understand the Gandhian view of state, then you understand why Gandhi prescribed this notion of Swaraj. His model of Swaraj. What is the logic behind the Gandhian model of Swaraj? To understand the Gandhian model of Swaraj, first we have to understand how Gandhi critically analyzed the concept of state. Simple. Mahatma Gandhi believed state is an expression of power relation and is very, very dangerous to the society. Okay. State is an expression of power relation. Okay. So, state only expresses a relation where certain people in power, in the name of politics and bureaucracy, suppress certain powerless people. Certain powerless people. Okay. So, you cannot eulogize state in the general practical terms according to Gandhi, because practical terms what we are seeing is state is oppressing a common man. So, then what kind of a society? Gandhi answers this. Okay. Gandhi was extremely influenced by Leo Tolstoy. Okay. A Russian anarchist thinker, Anarchism is an idea which does not believe in state control. Okay. So, it believes that state in essence itself is dangerous. Okay. Leo Tolstoy supported the same point of view from the viewpoint of Christianity. Okay. So, he wanted to create a kind of a Christian society without a state control. Mahatma Gandhi, as we already discussed, a person who believed in Sanatana Dharma, Sanatana Varnashrama Dharma, believed that Sanatana Varnashrama Dharma itself, when it is practiced to its core, do not need a state power to control. But does it mean that after independence Mahatma Gandhi prescribed no state control? No. Mahatma Gandhi says, what is the role of a political power? What is the role of political power or the state power? Okay. The role of a power of a state is to create slowly a society. Create a society which is self-developed. And does not need an authority to control it. Okay. So, the role of the political power, it is to create an enlightened individuals. Important term is enlightened individuals. Okay. The role of the state is to create enlightened individuals. Okay. So that a kind of enlightened anarchy comes into being. Enlightened anarchy, another important term. Where every person knows their limit. They do not want any other state or a rule or the police, a bureaucracy to control them. A utopian society like Karl Marx. A kind of a utopian society. How Karl Marx has said, dictators of proletariat till the moment that state withers away. Correct? Similar idea. Gandhi's idea, similar idea, but he has used it a little bit differently. Similar idea. It says that the role of the political power is to create enlightened individuals so that they know the limits of behaving slowly and steadily. They do not want any authority to control them, and hence an enlightened anarchy creates in itself. For him, that is the very role of the state. Otherwise, state is oppressive. Gandhi called himself as philosophical anarchist. Gandhi called himself as philosophical anarchist. Right? Did you understand? So what Gandhi says? Gandhi says state in essence is oppressive. It is an expression of power relations, the powerful people. Okay, the people who holds power. So any kind of state form will oppress the common man. So you have to create a society without a state form, but that is not easy. To create a society without a state form, you have to use the very state. Initially, you have to use the very state in such a way that you create enlightened individuals, and that enlightened individuals you develop a method in such a way that they don't need any authority. Everyone have their own conscience and they know the rules or limits of behaving. Slowly and steadily, the state will be dysfunctional and enlightened anarchy will be created. Okay. The enlightened individuals, enlightened anarchy. So the state, like how Marx has said, state with us away. Okay. This is what his concept of. Right. With this understanding, now let's go into the methods of models of Swaraj that Mahatma Gandhi has created. Okay. Different fronts we will see. First one is which we already discussed. So I will again explain you. Okay. How Gandhi has defined Swaraj. Okay. Gandhi has defined Swaraj, as we have already discussed, from two lines, from two standpoints. I think you also wrote answer on this. Okay, if I am not wrong. Two standpoints. What are the two standpoints? The first standpoint is rule over self. Another one is self-rule. Swaraj is not just independence. Swaraj is not just independence from the foreign rule. It is systematic development of a system and training your mind in such a way that you rule over your own self. So it's a bigger program. Where you learn to rule your own inner self without any, you cannot be extremely reactionary. Now we see a lot of people are extremely reactionary. Anything happens, immediately they react. They are not owning their self there. The situation, the external situation is making them to react. But you have to come to a stage or develop a system where you rule yourself in the sense that you rule over your own self. That is the very idea of Swaraj. This is the inner thing as well as an external thing, both. It's an internal thing as well as an external thing. So what are the external things that is required? So Mahatma Gandhi during the British times says, that we already discussed. 5 conditions for realizing Swaraj. Already I told you, I hope all of you have written this. 5 conditions for realizing Swaraj. So Mahatma Gandhi said, this is not only about throwing British away, they are asking British to go out. It is about you create the conditions before that political happening happens. That one political incident where the Britishers go out of the country happens. Before that, there should be certain conditions. What are they? 5 conditions. First condition, Hindu-Muslim unity. Removal of untouchability. Universal adoption of Khadi. Adoption of Khadi. Absolute non-violence. Non-cooperation. So these are the 5 steps also. Hindu-Muslim unity becomes the very first step, then removal of untouchability, then you have to universally adopt Khadi, then you have to follow non-violence from your inner self, only then you have to start non-cooperating with the British authorities. These are the 5 methods that Mahatma Gandhi insisted for the development of Swaraj. Okay, you have insisted that. Then you understand that British goes away. But what kind of society that Mahatma Gandhi wanted? That is the next important question. Questions will come because already one time the questions on village, okay, that has already come. So what kind of a society that Gandhi wanted in his scheme of Swaraj? Okay. Mahatma Gandhi, as all of us generally know, is a person who was extremely against modern institutions in a sense that technological development. Mahatma Gandhi was extremely against it. He always believed in a society where we live in the old village based setup. That's how Gandhi's belief system was. So he wanted to create certain concepts, like he wanted to create a bread labor, Gandhi's version of socialism, okay, what we called as bread labor, and he wanted to create a self-sufficient village economy, and he wanted to create a decentralized polity. Okay. In other words, he wanted to create a classless society here. Okay. So all these things Mahatma Gandhi wanted to create as a model of Swaraj. Okay. So you cannot be having some kind of a industrialized economy in the Gandhian thought. Industrialized economy. It has to be a village-based, self-sufficient village economy. Village-based, self-sufficient village economy. But already there were a lot of discussions in political tradition whether socialism has to be adopted or not. So Mahatma Gandhi answers that question. What kind of society, what kind of a particular economy wants to build? Mahatma Gandhi accepted that labor is extremely essential. Like how Marx has said. Okay. But what kind of labor? We have seen in capitalist economy, labor has been exploited. But at the same time, we also understand that labor is extremely important. So Mahatma Gandhi develops the concept of bread labor. Bread labor. What is this bread labor? Mahatma Gandhi says, every person has to work at least to compensate for the bread that he has in life for every day. Like how Marx has said. In Marxism, I already told you, the very first point of Marxism is this. Marxism will not apply to the person who does not work. Marxism cares about only laborers. The lazy people who does not work does not come into the fold of Marxist socialism. Similarly, but Gandhi was not so autocratic in saying that, like how Marx would have envisaged his own society, but Gandhi said every person should have the conscience to do at least a minimum bread labor. But we already see the society which is organized based on this power relation. So what is the solution to it? Gandhi created a concept of trusteeship. What is this concept of trusteeship? Whereas already the socialists, we already discussed about the privatization, the publicization, nationalization of the private property. So there should not be any abolition of private property. Mahatma Gandhi says, as a person who believed in non-violence, just now we discussed, Mahatma Gandhi believed to the extent of non-violence that the state power itself is violent. See, that is the reason he said that state power should not be there. What is the logic of Mahatma Gandhi going against the state power? This because state itself is violent. Because I believe in non-violence. Any kind of violence is wrong. Even that violence comes from state is also wrong. That is the reason Gandhi said we have to develop a society which is based on enlightened anarchy, where there is no state power, there is no violence. Such is his belief in non-violence. So Mahatma Gandhi said, so since his belief in non-violence, publicization, nationalization of all private property by the way by which it is said in socialist doctrine is wrong. Rather, we can go for a trusteeship. So for every landlord, for example, if I am a landlord, I am having 500 acres of land. I by voluntarily decide, okay, out of the 500 acres of land, I need 100 acres of land for myself. Remaining 400 acres of land, I can keep that as a trust for all the people voluntarily, and all the money that I generate out of the remaining 400 acres of land, I can help the community that is there. It's called as trusteeship. Okay. It is a voluntary giving. I voluntarily give rather than it is taken away by the state. In a socialist doctrine, the state takes away in the name of dictatorship proletariat. But here Gandhi does not believe in violence because it is a pure non-violence. So the same socialism he wanted to develop through trusteeship, a voluntary socialism. Okay. He also believed that classless society is the one he wanted to create. But how to create the classless society? This is where he differed. He does not want to create the classless society based on violence. Rather, he wanted to create the classless society based on voluntaryship. Voluntarily give. Okay, voluntarily give. So this is the concept of trusteeship. He also has given a detailed account of how the village polity must function. Mahatma Gandhi. So Mahatma Gandhi believed in a true village polity, true decentralized village polity, truly decentralized. So for every village, all men and women must form as the initial parliament in Gandhian scheme of things. Okay, all village people forms the initial parliament. To do the functions, they can create some first level of bureaucrats. Okay, some first level of bureaucrats. 1 minute, I will tell you the exact word. First grade leaders. So there are 50 first grade leaders in Gandhian thought. Okay, 50 first grade leaders. And if any mistake is done by this 50 first grade leaders, there is a 5 second grade leaders in every village. So these are the people who take care of the total village polity. You have a village parliament, okay, then you have first grade leaders, representatives, then above them they have the second grade leaders, there is again 5 people, second level representatives. You understood? These are the people who, and this should go to the top. The decision that is taken at the 100 villages Okay, must go to the top, then it goes to the district level, and then it goes to the state level, and finally it goes to the last level, that is the country level. Okay. Mahatma Gandhi thought only few things like currency, army, only those things should be monopolized by the state at the top. That is the government at the top, the central government or the state government. You understood? All the other things should be purely decentralized in the hands of all the villages and the 100 villages taken together. 100 villages taken together. That is how he visualized a decentralized polity. A decentralized polity. Apart from this, Mahatma Gandhi also gave lot of advice about education, where Mahatma Gandhi believed that education should be always based on your mother tongue. Even though Mahatma Gandhi believed English is more scientific, but at the same time English can be secondary language, but initial primary language has to be your mother tongue. Mahatma Gandhi propagated mother tongue education, decentralized village self-sufficient economy, decentralized village polity, above which he wanted to create a federal system of existence. This is the total concept of Swaraj that was developed by Mahatma. You understood? It answered all questions of economy, education, polity from the philosophy of enlightened anarchy. The logic why Mahatma Gandhi wanted to create all these things is two things. One thing is belief in Varnashrama Sanatana Dharma. Okay, Varnashrama Sanatana Dharma has the potential to save the mankind. That is why Ambedkar is against Gandhi. See, why in India's constitution Panchayat Raj institutions is not there? Because Ambedkar and others were extremely vehemently against Mahatma Gandhi's notion of village economy. Because Ambedkar openly said, who controls caste system today? This is the villages. Caste is very less in cities and towns. People who are still controlling, taking the caste forward is the village people. So technically if you have a panchayat system, you have this decentralized polity, then caste will become eternally superior in India. That is the reason Ambedkar and others did not want panchayat system and other systems in India's constitution. Only in the 73rd and 74th amendment in 1990s only it comes into being. Otherwise the panchayat system is not there in India. The highly criticized points. Because even though there are good points are also there, like education in the mother tongue which Gandhi wanted. Till now that is not happening all over India. Okay, that's a very good thing that you educate the people in the mother tongue. Okay, so this is the overall concept of Swaraj of Gandhi which we have not discussed. All the other things we have already discussed. If at all the question comes, it can question only from this side. Okay, either they can ask you what is bed labor, what is trusteeship, everything that is there in the 375 page notes. I have dealt detailedly about everything in the 375 page note. Okay, they can ask you about decentralized polity, they can ask you about the self-sustained village economy, or the concept of Swaraj, the method of Swaraj, anything they can ask. Okay, right. So the criticisms of Gandhi, we will see it in the Ambedkar's point of view. Anyway, when we read about Ambedkar, we have to criticize Gandhi. That is how Ambedkar develops his philosophy a lot. So we will see that. Okay. So any doubt in Mahatma Gandhi? See, already since I have taken a lot in Gandhi in constitutionalism, all these things I have not relived all these things against lack of time. Okay, but everything is there in the notes. Okay, you can read it, you can easily understand. Any doubt in Gandhi? Right, I have completed every aspect of it, but I have fastly completed it. Right, any doubts guys? Online students, any doubt in all the concepts that we have read today? All the concepts that we have read today? No doubts? Okay. Any other discussion? We have still 5 minutes left, 6 minutes left. Today is the only day, I think, none of you have spoken even a word, isn't it? Because always I used to ask at least some questions, used to ask some answers from you. But today, I actually forgot, I suppose, to ask you questions. Yes, please. So you want to make a point in history that today you spoke.
But in Buddhism, I wanted to reach that nirvana. But that is itself a desire.
See, there are certain desires which is neutral in nature, certain desires is positive in nature, certain desires is negative in nature. Okay. Buddha is not against all desires. Okay. So he is only against those desires which is negative in nature, which is harmful. He supports positive desires and he supports neutral desires. So you want to walk to reduce your body weight. Isn't that a positive desire? A good desire. So why you want to curb that desire? Okay. So Buddha is more practical. Don't underestimate Buddha. Right? Any other doubt? Good thing that you asked that doubt. Any other doubt in Buddhism? Or any other thing? Please ask me. There's again 3-4 minutes left. Online students. So I have not come with the questions basically. I thought after everything is done, I will take one slide of the 30-40 questions. 30-40 questions from Indian political thought. So we will spend some half an hour or so discussing about all the questions, so that you will get like some small kind of a revision. Okay, we can do that. Okay, so Indian political thought is very, very important area. Right? Any other questions, guys? No one want to ask questions today? Aurobindo did like he encouraged the rebellions. See, what he says is, because he already experienced the negative side of rebellions, right? Negative side of it. So, he does not encourage the very first stage. First stage, you do a kind of a passive revolution, you develop other means of development. Only the second stage, he actually says non-cooperation of taxes also. Only in the final stage, where Aurobindo says, if the administration, the bureaucracy does not allow you to develop these things in a lawful manner, okay, they are not following law. The bureaucracy is not following the law. They are opposing you, lawlessly opposing you. Then it is a cowardice you to follow that law. Then break the law, says Aurobindo. So then at that point of view, you have to break the law. Okay. Till then, don't break the law, because the bureaucracy is allowing bill lawful means. Lawful means you are developing all the things. But unlawfully, the bureaucracy, the British administration is trying to control you. Then you have every right to be against the British administration. So then break laws, says. So we cannot say all time he supported rebellions. That is a wrong view of Aurobindo Ghosh. Okay. But sometimes in certain situations, certain scenarios, you can be against the British administration and the police. Okay. Right, guys? Yes, please. Both are same, only names different. Okay. Mahatma Gandhi preferred the word Sanatana Dharma. Okay. Varnashrama Dharma is a name that is commonly used by all historians and scholars. Okay. Vivekananda tries to use the word Vedanta, rather than everyone have their own way, because Hinduism is a kind of a bigger tradition that every person will use every different words, but all are same. Okay, even Manava Dharma sometimes relates to the same Sanatana Dharma or Varnashrama Dharma. All are same, right? Okay. Brahma.
Omnipotent and unchangeable, he said when we come to Buddha, he said everything is
yes.
Then how can?
Okay. How can?
Buddha says that everything is changeable.
That is a different point of view. The Hindu tradition, the Vedic tradition believes Brahman, it is not a Brahma, it's Brahman. It's a Brahman, it is all pervasive. Brahman is everywhere and it cannot change Brahman. Okay. Have you read Advaita Vedanta in your GS? What Advaita Vedanta says? Advaita Vedanta says this world comprises of Brahmans. Okay, but you are seeing all these material world because of avidya, lack of knowledge. Okay, you understand? So otherwise, this is an expression of God, the very God, Brahman. Okay, Brahman is this. This material world is Brahman. Your soul is Brahman. Everything is Brahman. Advaita Vedanta, monism. Everything is Brahman. This is one thing that is prevalent in the world, that is Brahman. But you are not visualizing the Brahman, rather you visualize this board, this chair, this table, you, me. You are visualizing the physical world because you are having an avidya, lack of knowledge. Okay. So this is how Advaita Vedanta argues. So everywhere Brahman is different. The understanding of Brahman. But all philosophies, Advaita, Dvaita, all philosophies accept Brahman is one thing that is eternal. That is eternal, that is unchangeable. That is their point of view. Their point of view. But Buddha is again complete point of view. He does not believe that. He does not believe that. That is the reason we say Buddhism is a Nastika school of thought. We do not put Buddhism into the Astika school of thought. Why? There are 9 philosophies, Indian philosophies, 6 Astika schools and 3 Nastika schools. Why we put 3 as the Nastika schools is because they do not adhere to the authority of Vedas. The understanding of Brahman, which is said as the Veda. This idea of Brahman is said in Veda. Understood? Rig Veda. Rig Veda develops the idea of Brahman as an eternal supreme God. The God that is always omnipotent, all pervasive, is all. See, these Vedanta Sutras, all these Vedanta Sutras is only an interpretation of Veda. Veda Anta means end of Veda. Veda Anta. Okay, means end of Veda. Okay, what is the goal of Veda? That is Vedanta. Vedanta Sutra is written by Badrayana, and that Vedanta Sutra has been again reinterpreted with different Vedantas. 6 Vedantas we have, right? Advaita, Dvaita, Vishishta Dvaita. At the end of the day, everything tries to give what Veda said about Brahman. You understood? So Vedas developed a concept of Brahman. Buddhism did not accept it. Too simple. Right. Any other doubt in this, guys? Any other doubt? Okay. Come with those next class. Thank you.